Good morning, everybody. It's just gone 1 minute past 11. Sorry for the slight delay at the beginning. I'd like to welcome everybody here to March's Planning Committee. My name's Councillor Ian Halsall. I'm the chair of the committee. We'll do some housekeeping shortly, but I'll just like to introduce my colleagues here on the bench, starting on my far right.
Hello, I'm Charlotte Truman, Senior Solicitor for the Council.
I'm Christopher Griggs-Trevarthen. I'm a Development Management Team Manager.
Karina Haskins from Democratic Services.
Thank you. Please remember to switch off all your devices so we don't get disturbed during the meeting. What was I going to say there? Yeah, also, can I ask, for the purpose of people who will be watching online, and also people in this room, because the acoustics aren't particularly wonderful, could you please ensure you speak directly into your microphones at all times, please? I know it's very tempting to turn your head to speak to the officers, but if you can just stay focused on the microphone. As I said, the meeting is being filmed. It's going to be on our webcast and on YouTube. For people who are going to want to speak, if you don't want to be on camera, please just let the operators know in the corner, and you won't be seen. I think that covers those parts. We'll move on to the emergency evacuation procedure, please, Karina.
Thank you, Chair. If the continuous alarm sounds, you must evacuate the building and proceed to the assembly point. From this room, you follow the illuminated green signs to the exit using either the marble staircase at the end of the building, nearest Bath Abbey, or the main staircase. Please do not use the lifts. The assembly point for this building is in Orange Grove on the green outside Browns. Thank you.
Thank you. I should also introduce our officers in the corner here. There may be a slight delay when we change over for officers doing their presentations because they have to plug in their own laptops so we can see everything on the screen. Can I ask for apologies for absence and substitutions, please?
Yes, apologies from Councillor Deborah Collins, and Councillor Ruth Malloy is substituting.
Thank you. To committee members, are there any declarations of interest that we need to be aware of? Councillor Gawley, microphone.
I'm Councillor for Bath Haven South, so I am Councillor in the ward in which the Fuller's Earthworks exists, and I will be speaking on behalf of the Hazel Elm application this afternoon, and I'll speak and then I will leave.
Thank you very much for raising that at this stage. There's no urgent business from me, and I'd now like to ask Karina just to read out the statements and questions when we take items from the public.
Okay, so the procedure for public speaking is the speakers will be called to speak immediately after the case officers made their presentation. The order of speakers and time allowed will be as follows. Parish Town Council representatives first and will be allowed up to 3 minutes. Objectors to an application will be next and be allowed up to 3 minutes. Supporters will follow and be allowed up to 3 minutes. And ward councillors not on the committee who've indicated they wish to speak may do so for a maximum of 5 minutes. Speeches will be timed by the traffic light system you can see on the table next to me. At the start, the light will be green. It will turn to amber when there is 1 minute of speaking time remaining. When the light turns red, speakers should immediately conclude their remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. The committee last met on Wednesday, the 12th of February, and the minutes have been circulated and published. I noticed there's one slight error on page 11 of the main report in respect of St Alphege Church. It's stated in the minutes it's a grade 1 listed building. It's actually a grade 2 star, unfortunately. Is there anybody got any other questions or issues to raise on the minutes? Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, I just wondered if we could have a bit of clarification, because of course I wasn't at the meeting, and so I'm reading it like a member of the public from cold. On page 7 of the papers, it says, Councillor Toby Simon moved the recommendation to delegate to permit as the proposal was acceptable and the officers have put forward a well-constructed and detailed case. So it's a case, is it not, or is he saying that it's the officers' reasons that are well constructed and important, not the fact there isn't a split infinitive or a grammatical question?
I wasn't, well, I had to leave the room during the item in question, but it was Officer David McFadden's report and his presentation, and I do believe it was extremely thorough and very well presented. But Councillor Simon, do you want to qualify?
Yes, I think the wording is okay. What I'm doing there is saying that I regard the well-constructed and detailed case as making the basis for my moving the recommendation.
Is that okay with you, Councillor Jackson? Are you... Okay, thank you.
The public, we should have some clarification. Thank you.
While we are looking at the minutes, if we can do, if we're going to change Grade 1 listed, can we change it to Grade 2 star St Alvy's Church to make it clear which building I was referring to?
I'd be happy with that, if that could be amended, please. So can I have someone to move the minutes, please, that they're a true reflection of what happened? That's Councillor Simon, supported by Councillor Warren. Thank you very much. We had a site visit 2 Mondays ago. We deferred 105 Holcombe Close in Bathampton for that. So we'll now discuss that. So I'll ask Christine to represent her report, and then we can hear our speakers once again, and then we can have a debate. We're just going to get the thing on the screen. There we go.
This application was presented to the committee on the 12th of February, where it was resolved to carry out a site visit, which happened on the 3rd of March. The application is for the erection of a single and 2-storey side extensions, additions to new flat roof dormers to the existing property roof and associated external works. The property is 105 Holcombe Close, Bathampton. The property is located within the World Heritage Site setting area, and as you can see is within a cul-de-sac development of similar style properties. It's worth noting that the site slopes down quite steeply to the north-east of the property, which is highlighted there on the site plan. The existing property is a semi-detached bungalow property as seen from the street, but due to the topography, it is taller at the rear with an undercroft. The layout is shown on the 2 floor plans, so you've got 3 rooms on the ground floor and then rooms up in the roof space. These are the elevations of the existing property. As you can see, fairly modest bungalow property as seen from the street, but as you can see with the lower elevations, you can see how the site slopes down to the northeast. Here's a site plan now showing the proposed works, and as you can see to the southwest of the existing property, we have a single-storey extension which protrudes out by 3 metres and is 3 metres in height with a flat roof, and then on the north-eastern side of the property, there's a link extension, and then where the existing garage is at the moment, we have a 2-storey extension, which is set down, so the lower footprint of the extension is at ground floor level. Sorry, garden floor level. The applicants have submitted these visual drawings in order to, because of the levels in the site, it is quite difficult to get an idea of how the extensions sit with the topography. And as you can see on the right-hand side, we have the single-storey flat-roofed extension, the 2 dormer windows on the roof, which faces the cul-de-sac, and then the 2-storey element is on the left-hand side, as you can see. And then we have the neighbouring property, which is set down at a lower level, which is number 107, Holcombe Close. Here's another visual, of sort of an aerial visual. So again, you can see the extent of the extensions proposed. And at the front of the property, there'll be an area which will be levelled in order to provide 2 car parking spaces. And again, you can see the relationship there between particularly the 2-storey extension element and the property 107. The floor plans here, so you can see the ground floor level as you walk into the existing property will it be extended. So you're creating this larger sitting room, dining room space. And then on the left-hand side, you can see the lower ground floor level, which will be at garden level, which provides further accommodation. Within the roof space, you've already got accommodation there, but obviously this is enlarged by the introduction of the dormer windows. So this is the elevation as will be seen from the road, and as you can see the 2-storey element on the left-hand side, which is set down. You have the garden or summer room element on the right-hand side, and the 2 dormer windows within the roof slope. So this is the elevation from Holcombe Close looking at the summer room extension. This is the side extension then of the 2-storey element to the proposal, and it's just worth noting that where you can see the 3 vertical, sorry if I can just get my, there, these windows and those above will be at an angle, so obviously because we're looking at a plan there or a drawing, they appear 2-dimensional, but they will actually be at an angle, angled away. So this is looking from number 103, which is the adjoining property. So this is the elevation that you'll see. And again, it's worth just noting that particularly these windows here will be angled because they're looking down the garden of number 105. So these won't be looking directly at the property 103. Here's some photographs which hopefully will sort of clarify some of the characteristics of the site. So this is the property on the left-hand side as you see it from Holcombe Close at the moment, and as you can see it's a bungalow property as seen. And then you've got an aerial view, and it's worth noting with the aerial view the line of the boundary which sort of is at an angle to the property, and therefore that's why you have this issue with windows looking down the garden, but which will then be at an angle as far as the neighbours' properties are concerned. So this is the sort of corner of the application property with the garage just behind the white van there, which is where the extension will sit. And the property on the left-hand side is number 107, which is set, as you can see, clearly at a lower level than number 105. This is a picture of the, or photographs of the front elevation of the existing property on the right-hand side there. And I just put the photograph on the left-hand side so that you can see that dormer windows are a feature of the street scene in this location. This is a view of the back of number 105, but as you can see, the adjoining property 103, so you can see how the relationship between these 2 properties sits. It also gives an indication of the sort of change in height as the garden falls away from the rear of the property. These photographs are just indicating that how the garage sits down at a lower level at the moment. And in fact, the extension will sit further down from the garage. As I said, it'll be at the back, it will be at ground floor level, so it will be cut in at a lower level than the garage that's there at the moment. The right-hand photograph shows the access through at the moment between the garage, and you can see how the property sits up at a higher level with a reasonably high undercroft at the moment. This is just to show the sorts, the front of the property, and again, so that you can see the relationship between the existing property, which is set up, the garage, which at present is set down, and then the extension will sit sort of in that area where you can see the front of the garage at the moment. This is left-hand side showing the undercroft, again, so you can get an idea of the height difference at the back of the property. And on the right-hand side, that's the back of the garage. And so that is where the two-storey element of the proposed extension will end. And then the lower ground floor element will protrude another sort of metre and a half towards us, as you look at that picture there, but will sit at garden level. The overall height of the extension is 6 metres. This is just a sort of view of looking down the side of the garage, so that you can see there is some vegetation there, and there is an evergreen tree that will be removed. And then looking over the boundary, you can see the adjacent property, which is number 107. So this is the view looking from number 107. This is so that you can get a feel for the relationship between the two properties, given that number 107 is set at a lower level. And again, these photographs are taken from the garden of number 107, indicating the difference in height and where the extension will sit. And you can see the back of the garage there, just above the pale green bush here. And that's where the extension will sit. These are just a couple of photographs of the other side of the property, facing Holcombe Close, where the single-storey flat-roofed extension will be placed, and this protrudes out by 3 metres, and is 3 metres in height, and sits at the this side garden of the property. And this is just another view so that you can just see the garden area there where the single-storey element will sit. The proposal is recommended for permission for the reasons outlined in the committee report and subject to the conditions listed in the report and the update report. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine, for presenting that to us again. I will say, on behalf of the committee, those of us who attended the site, I think it was extremely valuable, and you know, I can understand the images that you were showing there as a result of that. So thank you to the applicant and to the neighbour for letting us come to your property a couple of weeks ago. On that point, I do have 2 speakers. So we have the next door neighbour, Mr Gibbs, and you're going to object again, so you get an opportunity to address the committee once more.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. So yeah, I live in 107, so slope down the hill from the property with the planning. So the extension will be higher than the eaves line from the perspective of our home, causing direct blocking of sunlight and significant overbearing. From our dining room, for those that had opportunity to see, and the kitchen, the height will appear around 7 metres and only a few metres away from our property. From our garden seating, the height will appear around 8 metres with the way that the topography of the land. The raised decking area in the proposal will make us feel particularly uncomfortable from overlooking, as this is angled actually directly towards our property to utilise the sort of views across the valley and over our garden. The existing screen of scrubs that's there in place currently will be removed, as the taller shrubs are inside the applicant's boundary and need to be removed for underpinning. Whilst the 6 metres of height of cladding is better than sort of brickwork, it is still 6 metres of wooden cladding above the existing property. We also have an extension from our neighbour the other side, 109. This was of a smaller scale comparatively, and that was actually significantly reduced by the planning committee at that time because of the overbearing impact. And this was actually far less impactful, as we have no living space at the lower ground floor, much like 105 have an undercroft at the rear. So yeah, I feel this constitutes as overdevelopment of a small site, and it's exaggerated further by the topography of the land. I would have no objections to a single-storey extension to the height of the existing garage, which could then be screened. It wouldn't have any impact on light or feel significantly overbearing. It would also eliminate any overlooking issues, and development would be more in keeping with the size of the plot. This would allow the applicant to extend their living space whilst not significantly impacting ours. But yeah, I have nothing further to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We've got Neil Smith. You're the applicant. Yes, if you'd like to... Once again, you get another opportunity to put your case forward.
Thank you. Good morning. It's good that the slides are up on the screen still at the moment. I'd just like to point out that, if it's not clear, that all of the windows on the left-hand side, to the left of the upright windows that you can see, those are actually the windows of 103. They are not our windows. So 107 is already overlooked to a certain degree because of the change in the height of the hillside. Our proposed application is difficult to see, but the vast volume of the proposed building is already occupied by the single garage and the concrete plinth that it sits on. If the extension were to be built on the side of it, which faces 105, there will be not a single window, so there will be absolutely no privacy issues. If anything, I feel that the construction of that extension would actually reduce some of the overlook from 103. As I said, with the initial application we put in complied with all the planning regulations, obviously being advised by our architect. Because of concerns from our neighbours, on the advice of the planning officer, we pulled that application back in, and that's the application which is now before you today. I don't know if it's possible to slide back to a couple of the slides which show the view from the garden of 107. If you could keep going. Oh,
Sorry, I think we've already been through all the slides.
Yeah, okay.
Are we going through another presentation now?
No, sorry, I'm sorry. It was just useful, I felt, for the committee. I'd just like to point out that part of the building on the right-hand side, lower slide, which belongs to 107, I believe that is actually an extension in itself. So, as I said, you know, that wasn't originally part of the of 107. But thank you very much for your time. As I said, I believe the application does fully comply with the rules and regulations. And in view of that, I would very respectfully request that you grant this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, and also Mr. Gibbs. We did ask questions previously. Have we got any further questions that we'd like to ask the officer? Councillor Hodge.
Yes, thank you very much, Christine. I thought it was a very thorough presentation. Great to have so many images. I was pleased to come on the site visit. On the site visit, I didn't pay particular attention to the raised decking, and I just wanted to be clear where that is. Is it, yeah.
So there's an area here which is created outside the sort of link element. So obviously it's only a small area, and then it comes down because it's got steps down to the garden.
And is there part of the extension projecting beyond that? It looks a little bit on the left-hand side, so is that raised decking slightly screened by part of the extension?
Yes. So you'll have this open area here with screening along here in order that you can come out and go down the stairs. And then, yes, the extension is slightly L-shaped as it protrudes forward then.
And the forward projection is on the ground level or the first floor level?
At both levels,
At both
but
levels.
it's smaller. It's about 1.5 meters less at the first floor level than it is at the ground floor level.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else got a question? Councillor Jackson.
Yes, thank you. I found the site visit hugely useful to get a feel of the context of the whole estate and the many extensions that are being put on different houses. And I was wondering if how much weight we should give to the context of the whole road, but in particular, it would be 109, I think, had got the same sort of extension as the applicant's wanting. And I wondered if the officer had considered the impact of that building, which is the other side further down. I think it's 109.
Yes, I mean, obviously I have to judge this application on its own merits. I mean, I visited the neighbour's property 107, so I was aware that there had been the extension to the adjoining property to them. But obviously my considerations were in respect of what's being proposed here with this application.
Yeah, I saw the extension on 109, and it is not dissimilar from some of the flat roof elements that are proposed on this building. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So on the site visit, I mean, it was very useful to do that, particularly with the drawings available. But during the site visit, we didn't have any access to any sort of dimensional information, and we were sort of trying to second guess some of the dimensions. I don't know if we were in a position to clarify any of them. I think the critical ones were how much higher is the extension, the garage extension? How much higher does that roof line fit to the adjacent 107 property? We sort of estimated around 1 metre to 1.5 metres higher than the building, the adjacent building.
Yes, after the meeting I asked the agent to clarify, and it's just less than 1 metre.
That's
less
1 metre.
than 1 metre, yeah.
And in terms of the heights, if you're stood in the driveway of 107, at the moment, if you look towards the property, you have a wall of about 2 metres and then some greenery. Do we know how tall that will be in total when it's complete from the driveway of number 107 to the top of the extension?
Well, the extension scales at 6 metres.
6 metres from?
From its floor level, so from the garden level.
From its garden level or from 107 driveway level? Because I think
they're the same, because the land slopes down, so the rear of the property is at 6 metres from
okay,
there.
so it's 6 metres. It'll take 6 metres. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else got a question before we move on? No. Okay. So we've got 3 elements to this proposal. We've got the 2-storey with the single-storey element side extension on the north side. We've got the single-storey on the south side, and we've got the 2 dormer windows. We have to consider the application in its entirety. If there's one element we're not happy with and we want to refuse, obviously we need genuine reasons to do so, but the whole thing would fail on that basis. So does anybody want to start a discussion on this? Anybody want to put forward a motion? Councillor Hughes?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those situations where I think the site visit was quite critical. And there isn't really much controversy in a lot of this application. But it really does come, for me, down to this double extension on the garage, on the boundary of 107. I think 6 metres, a solid 6 metres, is quite oppressive. It's featureless. It doesn't have a. It's not that part of that is a sloping roof. It's a solid 6 foot blank wall. I think that does pose quite a serious loss of amenity for 107. The design, I'm not particularly keen on this sort of double levels, almost like porter cabin double level look about it. So for me, I think that I don't have a problem with the majority of this application, but I do have a problem with that double-storey extension where the garage is. And I would happily propose that we refuse the application.
So the reasons for that, obviously we'll get a seconder to that and we can take a vote, are amenity on the neighbouring property in terms of sort of the dominance of the side extension.
Exactly, yeah.
And overshadowing. Is that an issue as well, do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to second that motion at the moment, or do you want to carry on discussing? Councillor McPhee.
I could see during the visit the sun was not reaching quite a section of 107's front garden. It just seemed a lot to me.
Yes, I mean, we did go about 9:45 and it was a very sunny day. The sun was obviously fairly low at the time, given the time of year, but obviously the extension in respect of 107 is directly south, so obviously at a certain part of the day, I could see there would be some overshadowing, and I particularly found value in going into the dining room and looking out of the window. Obviously, with the existing vegetation, it was still feeling quite dark there and shadowed over. Has anybody else got another comment to make? Councillor Gawley.
Yeah, I can totally understand why the occupants would want to maximise that fabulous view, and you know, it is currently a small house, and they obviously want to extend to make it more suitable. My concern was actually how much of the garden it would dominate, and I did feel it was shoehorning in quite extensive extensions into both sides of the garden and taking away some of the garden. I felt that, apart from the overshadowing of the neighbours, I did think it was quite a large extension for a relatively small garden. So I was wondering about the issues of overdevelopment.
Sorry. Okay, so thank you for that. Anybody else want to raise another question, another point? Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to. We don't have a policy on removal of trees at the front of the house and converting it to parking spaces. I mean, the government did at one time recommend we should have green, green slate, porous, not concrete and so on. So, you know, you can't, it worries me, but there's no policy in this area governing that sort of work, and the idea of having parking spaces at the front of the house. What I'm not convinced about, and what perhaps we could have a bit of clarity, is that there's sufficient remediation for the loss of the trees and whether the biodiversity net gain is adequate. I know the officer thinks it's all right, but and it may be. I just wondered, because I feel that there is an ecological deficit on this site if this consent is granted.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else to say on that point, Christine?
Just as a house extension, the biodiversity net gain wouldn't be something that we could insist on. And obviously a judgment was made on the loss of the tree that was proposed. It's not a conservation area, so the tree wouldn't be protected. But also a view was taken on the quality of what was proposed to be lost.
Sorry, I thought it was my understanding that the trees down the side of the house were going and something quick growing was going to replace them. Have I got that wrong?
Well, there's a sort of an evergreen tree that's got to be taken down, which the consideration is that that's acceptable, and there's some other vegetation, but it's just sort of, yes, bits and pieces sort of thing. There is planting on the other side of the fence, but that obviously belongs to the neighbour in number 107.
Okay, thank you. Obviously, the topic of the debate really is focusing on the two-storey style extension and the potential impact it would have on the neighbour. I think it goes without saying there is going to be an impact on the neighbour. What we need to decide as a committee is whether it's going to be so detrimental to their amenity that it would warrant refusal. Now, Councillor Hughes has put forward a motion to refuse it on the basis of amenity. Does somebody want to second that? Have we got any movement yet? Councillor Warren, do you want to say anything about it?
No, I'll second it. And I'm happy to.
Okay, well, we'll go to a vote, speed things up a little bit. And Chris just wants to come in and clarify.
Yeah, just for absolute clarity, and I think we've already sort of got quite clear grounds here, but as I understand it, the motion is to overturn the officer's recommendation and refuse the application on the basis of residential amenity impact on the neighbouring property arising from the two-storey extension element of the scheme, and that is in terms of its overbearing oppressive impact and loss of light and sort of overshadowing. Those are the things I picked up as the main things, and I think that is a reasonable approach for the committee to take, so I've got no sort of issue with that, obviously, whilst still I'm recommending to you to follow the officer's recommendation, of course.
Thank you. Councillor Simon.
I was unable to attend the site visit because of a conflicting West England Combined Authority meeting, so I'm going to abstain.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Crossley.
I was unable to attend the site visit, but I have looked at the area and I will vote.
Well, let's do that in that case. Let's go to the vote after Councillor Jackson.
From the excellent presentation and from the site visit, I would have said that it was overdevelopment of the site, but I guess we have to take in the whole stretch of the garden, and it's not. But certainly the top end seems very blocky and overdeveloped, or would be, rather.
Councillor Hughes, would you share that view?
I would take the advice of the officer on that one, whatever the officer would become. I agree with Eleanor, whether it's substantial enough for you to think it would be warrant inclusion.
Yes, so we don't have a policy saying, you can't overdevelop something. Overdevelopment is only a sort of issue if it has a consequence. So the consequence in this instance, you might be saying it was overdevelopment and that is leading to a residential amenity impact on the neighbour. You could make the argument that, an overdevelopment site is making the property out of keeping with the character of the area, but my strong view in this instance is that is not likely to be a very defendable reason, because there is variety in the area. There are properties that have had extensions, and it does retain a sizable garden, albeit there would be quite a lot of built form. But so my recommendation is not to include that as a separate reason for refusal.
Councillor Lloyd, sorry.
I was just going to ask, I may have missed it, but is it possible, if we were to approve it, to go with the officer's recommendation to have a further condition added that the flat roofs, because they're both extensions have flat roofs, don't they, that they can never be used for, what's the expression, well, they can't be used. So I think one of the neighbours on number 109, possibly, has a similar extension with a flat roof, and they're not allowed to use it to, so that restricts that those can't then be extended to be used as verandas, balconies, or whatever. And I was just going to say that that looking around the area, there do seem to have been a lot of extensions and with dormer windows and other things, so I don't think it would be out of keeping with the street scene. The only slight concern is the height, but I think it's good that the windows would be directed away from the neighbouring houses.
Okay, well, we have a motion to decide upon. If that fails, we can have a further discussion about conditions if we're minded to approve. Yeah, it's very balanced, this one, but I Yes, there's going to be an impact on 107, but I don't feel it is going to be so significant to warrant refusal. So if we do the vote now, Councillor Hughes has put forward a motion to refuse it for the reasons set out, and again confirmed by Chris. That's been seconded by Councillor Warren. So all those in favour, please put your hands up. You can see everybody. So that's 6. And those against? And we've got 1 abstention. Thank you very much. So, Planning Commission has been refused. Obviously, you do have a right to appeal against that when you get your decision notice through. Thank you. Right, we'll move on to the next item. If I can ask Izzy to plug herself in to the main frame. Thank you. I think we're ready. So the next item this morning is for parcel 7512 Fossway, better known as the Fuller's Earth site at Odddown. This is to carry out some re-landscaping works, levelling works. Izzy, we've got quite a history on this site, but I'll be welcoming you to make your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. So, as the Chair said, this is a planning application for the reprofiling of land for the purposes of agricultural improvement and biodiversity benefits and landscape screening on parcel 7512, Fossway, Englishcombe. So, this is a site location plan. I've got a aerial image to show you in a moment, which sets the context a bit more clearly. But this is the A367. Hopefully you can just see my cursor running up there. And this is a site which is known by various names. It's formerly Bath Recycling Skips, has been known as Old Fuller's Earthworks, and is a waste and recycling centre. The parcel which is subject to this planning application is this triangle just here, which is outlined in red. It's not particularly clear on the screen, so apologies. But there's quite a lot of the rest of the land is edged in blue and is owned by the applicant. So an aerial image to give you some context. So just up here in this corner, you can see this is the edge of Odddown Park and Ride. Oh, sorry. And then this is kind of the main facility for the waste and the sorting that goes on the site. And then this just here is the triangular plot of land subject to this planning application. You can see on the site that there's quite a lot of kind of activity that's been going on in this parcel. And for those of you that know the site will know that there are a number of quite large piles of material which have been there for a fairly significant amount of time. These piles are unauthorised. They are subject to a breach of condition notice. I'm going to run through the planning history a bit more in a moment. But this planning application essentially seeks to remove some of the material that's on the site and use some of the remaining material to provide a more natural land profile and some landscaping to go along with that. So this, I know it's been raised in the comments from the parish council. So this dotted line and the purple line show the route of a public right-of-way which runs along the south of the site. This public right-of-way isn't proposed to be affected by the scheme. It's actually just outside the red line boundary. The green hatched area that you can see is the area of outstanding natural beauty. Again, the site's not within the OMB or the National Landscape, but that is located to the south. So, relevant planning history is set out in detail in the officer report, but in 2010, a planning application was granted for some reprofiling works, the importation of materials onto the site for those works. That planning application was subsequently varied via a Section 73 application in 2012, and there were a number of conditions put on that application at that time. Again, they're set out in full in the report, but just for the committee's benefit and this meeting, because I think it's really important for the context. Condition 1 was a time limit condition, which said that the importation of materials needed to have stopped after 12 months and the site to be restored in accordance with the levels and reprofiling details approved. Condition 2 said that no materials other than topsoil and subsoil should be brought to the site. Condition 11 made sure that the landscaping should be undertaken in accordance with the approved drawings and any tree plants replaced within 10 years if they died or became damaged. Condition 13 essentially secured the contour levels within the application, and then condition 21 is our standard plans list condition, so securing the plans that were submitted. So the above conditions haven't been complied with. Material has been continually brought to the site over previous years. Having been to the site on several occasions, it's clear that the material is not just top and subsoil, and I've got some photos to show you, but contains building materials, for example, and the landscaping hasn't been undertaken, contours not in accordance with the approved details, etc. So the planning enforcement team have served a breach of condition notice against these conditions, and that notice requires that the applicant essentially removes all of the unauthorised material and restores the site to the land levels that were approved during the course of that 2012 application. So the current planning application seeks to remove some of the material from the site. The amounts are set out within the officer report, but from memory it's 7,500 cubic metres are proposed to be removed from the site, and the remaining 12,500 cubic metres, which has been determined by LiDAR survey, is proposed to be used to level the site. You can't really see very well, unfortunately, on this site plan, but I am going to show you some contours in a moment. But there are some differences in the levels proposed under this application to those that were proposed and approved in the 2010 and 2012 scheme. There is some increase in levels, there's some decrease across the site, but officers are satisfied that the land levels proposed now would still result in a naturalistic landform that would suit the rural context. So the proposed sections, which do just look like quite a few lines on a page, but I will do my best to try and explain them. So we've got a map in the corner which shows the location of each section. So just here where my cursor is, this is the short section AA, which is shown here. The black line that runs along here is called the existing land level, land profile, but that actually relates to what was approved under the 2012 application. So the proposed ground level is the green area you can see kind of above that, so you can compare the two. And again, with section BB above, which goes across the site, if you see my cursor just here along this yellow line that I've highlighted. So you can see there is some difference in the land levels. This ranges from, on these sections, it being the same to around 2 metres increase, in some areas above by about 3 metres on what was previously approved. And then we've got section CC, which is this one here on the site plan across the site. So again, you can see that it is slightly higher than what was previously approved, though still quite a natural appearing landform. And then section DD goes across the site east-west, and that one's actually split in two because it's obviously a really long section. You can see on this one there's actually some areas where it dips just below, you can't really see it very well, but it is just below the previously approved land levels. So a landscaping scheme has been provided. Our landscaping officer has said that this is a good landscaping strategy, but there's not quite enough detail on it for us to permit this particular plan, so we've requested a landscaping condition as well as a number of ecology and biodiversity net gain conditions to secure details of the planting and the management going forward. But it essentially shows that this kind of light green area here is proposed to be species-rich calcareous grassland, and then proposed woodland planting within this dark kind of lined area here. And there are a couple of areas of new and infilling hedgerow, the existing hedgerow just here, and then here to the south, which is kind of in its own satellite red line area. So some site photos. This one's actually taken from Google Maps. It's quite difficult to take photos from this road because it's quite busy, but this is October 2024. So you can obviously see the site is kind of bound by this scrubby hedge, but you can see the piles of material in the background just there. And then these are some site photos from a site visit taken in March last year. So you can see that the material on the site clearly is not just the sub and base soil, which was previously permitted. There's quite a lot of building material in the site. You can see in the background here and over here, this is actually the existing waste facility. So these photos are taken facing towards there. And then these are some photos taken stood on top of the piles of material. So you can kind of get quite a good sense of the height of these piles of material. And then finally here, this one just shows in a little bit more detail the material that's in the piles of earth. So the proposal does seek to obviously screen the material, and there is a really quite stringent materials management plan condition which we've added as officers, which will require details of how the applicant is going to screen the material, and in the event that there's not enough suitable material left on site, there would be the possibility of the allowance of importation of base soil and subsoil as required. Though there is a lot of material there, so it tracks that there should be enough to undertake the works, and officers are fairly confident. So there have been no third-party comments received on this application. All objections from internal consultees have been resolved. There is an objection from the parish council, which officers have dealt with in the report. The proposed landform is considered to be acceptable by the planning officer and the landscape officer, and it will result in an acceptable and appropriate profile within the rural landscape. There are significant biodiversity benefits to this scheme over compliance with the enforcement notice to remove all the material. We're able to secure through this scheme the ongoing management and maintenance of the proposed landscaping and biodiversity benefits. There's around a 28% biodiversity net gain proposed, which is far in excess of the mandatory 10%. And officers obviously have made sure that the conditions are stringent enough to make sure we have the ongoing mandatory management. So the officer recommendation is to permit, subject to the conditions outlined in the report.
Thank you, Izzy. We have no speakers on this application, so immediately we'll go to questions. I know one person will know this site extremely well by sitting on the bus most mornings. But has anybody got a question? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I guess my question, sorry if I've missed something here, but what's the motivation behind this work? What's motivating these works to happen? Is it something that we've insisted as a council, or the owner of the site has decided to, obviously it's quite an awful looking site at the moment?
Yeah, so there have been a number of applications kind of over the years. I've been involved with the site since around 2022. And was even an application then submitted in 2021 for reprofiling works across a wider area in the site. There have been some reprofiling works undertaken historically, as I say, in sort of 2012, 2013. And the land, when I went to the site back in 2023, was clearly being used for hay and things like that. So I think there's definitely kind of an agricultural impetus behind the desire to undertake these works. I think also cost. Obviously, carting all of that material off-site will be costly, so being able to screen and sort it and retain, if possible, will probably have a cost benefit to the applicant as well. I mean, that's not a material planning consideration. We're obviously looking at what's kind of before us in terms of the land levels, but I would suggest that's probably some of the motivation behind the application.
Yeah, follow-up question?
Sorry, yeah. And in terms of this concern about contamination, it looks from what I can see, it's mainly building materials that have been dumped there. Is there any specific concerns about the contamination?
So the applicant has said that the material is inert. There are obviously permits granted by the Environment Agency for this site for the storage of inert material and clean material. We don't know what's in the soil. Having been on site, it does just look like building material. The EA were consulted. They didn't respond to our consultation, which suggests that they don't have any particular concerns. As I say, they would need licences and permits to screen the material on the site and to sort it. And that's kind of the reason behind the materials management conditions so that we can know and understand what's in that material. There's a number of contaminated land conditions as well, which would seek remediation as required. It would be very, very challenging to know what was in that material at this stage, because the amount of surveying and sorting which will need to be undertaken, given the amount that's on site, is pretty large. So we can control that by condition, and therefore we have done, and we don't think it'd be reason to refuse the application on that basis.
Councillor Gawley.
Yeah, back to contamination, pollution. Has any work been done to see whether there is runoff into the Cumbria Valley, into the streams and rivers there? Because that's obviously one of the biggest concerns. It's on permeable rock, and so it would worry me and my residents, I'm sure, that if the contaminated stuff can't be sorted out, that becomes a permanent pollution threat.
Yeah, of course. So obviously what's there at the moment, I don't know if the runoff is happening at the moment, for example, but in terms of ongoing, we've asked for a drainage strategy. There's a condition on there for drainage. In terms of the contamination, we wouldn't be discharging those conditions if there wasn't sufficient remediation, if indeed that is required. So they would have to undertake a kind of risk and contamination assessment in the first instance. That would then come back and make recommendations. If there was contaminated material in the site, that would then need to be remediated, and then we would expect a report to verify that those works had been undertaken. I mean, there is so much material on the site, and as I say, 7,500 cubic metres are proposed to be removed, and that would likely include anything that was contaminated. As I say, the applicant has said that the material is inert, it's not contaminated, but until we start to do that work, we won't know. But the conditions, to my mind, are stringent enough to ensure that there wouldn't be that contaminated runoff, and in the event that there was concern of that, the Environment Agency would likely step in at that point.
You've got a follow-up question?
Yeah. I suppose, given the history of ignoring what has been required, my concern is what happens in the future. Will there be more mounds, or does the applicant have other ideas for the use of that land, and can there be conditions on that? I mean, housing would be one thought.
So we can't, we can't predict what might come forward on this land. Obviously, the site is in the green belt; it borders the OMB, so that would all be a consideration going forward. There is obviously the live breach of condition notice, which at the moment obviously requires the removal of all that material, hasn't been complied with. So that's a fairly strong stick, if you like, for them to either comply with the breach condition notice or for them to implement this planning permission. So we can hopefully be fairly sure that something will be happening with this site. In terms of future planning applications, again, we can't predict what might come forward, and it wouldn't be. It wouldn't pass the 6th test in the NPPF. It would be reasonable to say, you couldn't put housing on this site when we've done no sort of feasible work on that.
Yeah, Councillor Hodge and then Councillor Malloy.
Sorry, a couple of my questions almost duplicate what's come before. I'm concerned about I suppose the first question is, how long would the applicant have to demonstrate that they're going to do any of these quite complicated things? Secondly, again, I was concerned about the drainage. You're taking something to 2 to 3 metres height above what it was going to be before, and I see that the drainage team are not consulted on the current application. I would have thought that the drainage from the site, the profile will be quite different now. I see it says in the report, team raised no objection, but I think that's to the previous application, so I want to be clear on that, because the Parish Council have also raised about runoff. And I'm concerned about asbestos as one of the materials on the site. The screening sounds to be quite a complicated process in relation to actually removing things. Can you give any assurance that there'll be screening for asbestos present? Yeah,
so the screening, the materials management plan would include, any potentially harmful materials. So that would include asbestos. I mean, again, what permits that the applicant would need from the Environment Agency to be able to do that on site, they would need to look into that and provide information to us with regard to that. So that would be covered under that condition, obviously under the permitting regime of the Environment Agency. In terms of the drainage, no, they weren't consulted on the current application, but they have been previously consulted on applications which were incredibly similar in terms of the land levels proposed. And they did raise no objection. They actually didn't ask for any conditions at all. However, I think the condition that I've added for the drainage strategy is necessary because I don't think there's sufficient detail in the application at this stage. So they weren't consulted on this application, but they have previously raised no objection. In terms of how long the applicant has to do this, obviously we can't put a time limit on the application that's any smaller than the 3-year time limit that goes on planning applications as standard. So that's the time limit proposed. However, there is obviously this live breach of condition notice which they are in breach of. So if we don't kind of get anything fairly quickly, we could look to prosecute and really crack down on with that breach of condition notice that is obviously live on the site. So that's kind of the motivation that they have to get on with either this permission or complying with the notice.
Yeah, so could I just follow up? So even though it doesn't have to be, could I just be clear, it doesn't have to be put in place for 3 years, you can actually take action if there's no signs of it being progressed. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so it doesn't have to be implemented 3 years. We couldn't take action to force them to implement this permission, but we could take further action on the breach of condition enforcement notice. So the enforcement team could take further action on that to either get the applicant to comply with the notice or to see whether they are likely to implement this permission.
Final question on the public right-of-way. How is that affected by the land reprofiling?
So it's outside of the red line boundary, so it wouldn't be affected by the reprofiling of the land. There were previous planning applications with similar reprofiling which did encompass that land, so that it's now, the red line boundary has been moved further north, so it's now not included. If it needed to be diverted during works, they'd have to apply to our public right-of-way team to do that, but our public right-of-way team, would be able to deal with that at the time.
Okay, thank you. As Lizzie said, if there's any evidence that they're not implementing a permission, if we grant it, we have got the powers to prosecute. So I guess if we're not seeing any progress in terms of discharge of conditions, or if it's seen that they're just trying to delay, obviously we've got that legal power. Councillor Malloy.
Thank you. I'm just thinking further ahead, really. If at the moment the plan is to have woodland planting in some areas and then also calcareous grassland, thinking about that area in particular, is there anything to, if this is approved, to prevent them from growing food on that area at some later point? And how can we be absolutely sure that there's no residual contamination? Because if it's about food growing, then it'll end up, being passed on.
So I think it'd be very unlikely that that land would be used for food growing. The biodiversity net gain condition requires that they have to provide us with information for management of that land for a period of at least 30 years. So I wouldn't envisage that this land would be used for food growing, as that would be it probably wouldn't work with the calcareous grassland that is proposed. So I wouldn't say that there's a particular concern with residual contamination in terms of food growing, because it's just not proposed to be used for that.
Follow-up question?
So just to come back there, after the 30 years, then there wouldn't necessarily be any checks and balances on that. Is that correct?
No, not necessarily from the BNG perspective. I mean, the BNG regime requires maintenance and management for a minimum period of 30 years. We obviously ask for that information as part of the condition. But yes, I mean, in the future, after the 30-year period, I don't think there would be preventing them from growing crops, etc. But again, I don't think that would be a reason to refuse the planning application.
Anybody else got a question before we move on? Councillor Jackson.
It's not exactly a question so much as a comment, but I mean, there's been a problem with this site since at least 2004, to my recollection, but I don't think the past history is that relevant. What I wanted to ask was, we've done a site visit, we've been there on an annual tour, and one question was the impact of the, the events, the developments on this site, on those two houses which are there. And I'm wondering if the officer can say whether that's a material consideration. But the other thing is, I personally think we should give quite a lot of weight, but I may be completely wrong on this one, to the fact that this is a gateway site, that as you come in from the southwest, what do you see as you approach the World Heritage Site, and so on, but this field, and so is that important, or the impact on the World Heritage Site by association with it being a gateway site?
Yeah, so the presentation's gone, but there are two residential properties, I think it's 1 and 2, the Firs, which are located pretty much right next to these piles of earth there, and from my last site visit, I believe they are inhabited. They are really within the existing facility, so residential amenity is a consideration, but I don't think the proposed works to reprofile this land would cause a significant increase upon the level of harm that's already probably experienced by way of their location, their siting in relation to the waste facility. So I'm satisfied that D6 would be complied with in that regard. In terms of the World Heritage Site, yes, that is relevant. I agree with you. This is one of the main gateways into the city. I have assessed the World Heritage Site in my report, but because the proposed landform is considered to be, kind of natural and will appear as a natural field, it's not considered that it would harm the OUVs of the World Heritage Site.
Thank you. Any more questions, or shall we move on? Okay. Councillor Jackson and then Councillor Warren.
I would just say that this is not an area where I would have thought that sheep could safely graze. So, assuming they do want to put some livestock in there, they'll be able to put a fence round, won't they? That won't be a problem.
If it didn't need planning permission, then yes. If a fence needed permission, we'd have to look at that at the time.
I wasn't going to ask a question, I was going to move.
Okay, well, first of all, we need to give Councillor Gawley the opportunity as a ward member to speak, but we'll come back to you in a second.
Thank you. There's such a long history to this, both in terms of the Fuller's Earth site. I mean, it's been brownfield industrial site for, century and a half, 2 centuries. And so there has been issues, as Councillor Jackson said, with storage of stuff on site being not upheld, and it's ugly and it's unsightly. I'm very concerned about what materials there will be. I echo the problems, the issues that are raised by the parish council, but I think if the office have worked so hard to try and get a solution to this problem, I'd be very pleased, because I think it's a really bad entrance to the city, and it's not the way that waste management should be managed.
Yeah, for all those reasons, I would agree with you there. It is a gateway site, assessing of the AONB as well as World Heritage Site. It needs sorting. I think from the conditions that I've read, I think they're pretty robust, and I think, if there is anything unexpected or surprising that comes out, then we can, as an authority, adequately manage that and enforce it as well. Go back to Councillor Warren. You want to put forward a motion to support the recommendation?
Yeah, I think it's quite straightforward, really. I think, although there's a bit of history in the past that a few of us oldies are aware of, I looked at you, Paul, and I said that oldies are aware of them, but to me it's this straightforward. You've got a mess there, they're going to tidy it up, nothing not to like, so happily to move the officer's recommendation. And I'd just like to commend the officers on the work they've done with this, because what she presented today is quite simple, and I'm sure it wasn't a simple getting to it. So happy to move the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Crossley.
Yes, happy to second this. As Eleanor alluded to, this has been an ongoing issue for decades. I think it goes way back before 2004. In my recollection, I think it was a problem even in the old Bath City One side days. So I think what we've got here is a very imaginative solution, an excellent report from our officer with a solution that is actually going to massively improve this as a gateway entrance, which was, I think, Councillor Gurley's concern. We've also had some good assurances about the potential for downside through contamination. So I think the officer's done an excellent job, and I'm more than happy to second permit on this site, which I think will be a massive improvement for the site and for the gateway entrance into the City of Bath.
Absolutely. Councillor Hodge, did you want to come in, or are you... Okay.
I was offering to second, and I support the, I think it's policy compliant and an improvement, and I've taken on board the assurances that it will be followed up, the delivery. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to say anything before we go to the vote? Right. Okay, so Councillor Warren's put forward the motion to support the recommendation with all the conditions, seconded by Councillor Crossley. Councillor Sam, did you want to vote? Okay. So all those... Right, you're getting ready to vote. All those in favour? That's 10, so that's unanimous. So planning permission's been approved. Okay, we're on 12.12. Now, unfortunately, we can't carry on discussing any of the applications until 2 o'clock because people are going to be speaking. It would have been good to maybe skip to 8 and 9 because there are no speakers, but of course the officers aren't here to present their applications. So what I'll suggest is if we go to page 181 on the agenda, we can just take note of the appeals that have been lodged. One that stands out straight away is the paddle tennis court up in Lansdowne, which we did refuse as a committee. Is that written representations, do we know?
Yes, these written reps. Yeah.
So we just take note of those. What I'll suggest is enjoy your extended lunch. Councillor Crossley.
Can I suggest, Chair, that for future meetings we don't put a morning and afternoon session. We just list them all and say the committee will be taking a break for between 1 and 2. Because, you know, we could have got through a couple more things in this morning session. So I would like to suggest that for future, we don't allocate morning and afternoon. We just put a list up and say we will be having lunch between 1 and 2.
It is an issue about resources, of course. We need to, if we did have that system in place, we do need to make sure that we do have officers on float and also to advise the public that they may not have their application heard until the afternoon, even if they do come in the morning. Councillor Jackson, you want to follow up on that?
I can see the merit of Councillor Crossley's argument, but we have to consider members of the public, some of whom may be giving up work time, and if they know it's going to be 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, that's easier to take the time out than to have to take the whole day. I mean, we sometimes think it's regrettable that parish councillors don't manage to make it here to represent their parishes, but if they've got a normal working 9-to-5 job, it's extremely difficult. So I think we should be very careful on that one. Changing the subject altogether, I see we've won 2 appeals, and congratulations to the officers. That's on page 183. And it will certainly be very interesting to see the outcomes of the other appeals, I must say. I have every confidence in our officers.
Oh, we certainly do. Councillor Warren.
I was actually in a second proposal, if we can. And whether we can discuss that and put that to the vote, I don't know.
It's pretty something we'll probably need to discuss with with officers and the head of planning. We do have regular meetings with the head of planning and the team. There may be a clever way that we could work something around to satisfy the efficiency of time without inconveniencing the public and also the officers' time as well.
Just on another note, if we're passing time for a few seconds, would there be any chance that we could have, I might be totally out of order here, but any chance you have some training on questions asked? Because a lot of the questions to me do not seem connected, particularly with what we're discussing. They're either something that's happened 100 years down the line or 100 years down in the past. And we seem to spend a lot of time as well duplicating. Now, we've heard something that the officer just said, then we have a question about it when we've actually just been told that. Just me having a little moan, I guess.
Okay, well, I acknowledge your moan, but it's useful for members to be fully informed and to seek clarification, even though something may have been presented to them
So I think my
already.
issue is we'd already been informed, and then we go back to it for duplication.
Councillor Hodge.
With all due respect, I think we've been informed, but there's often, when you've read the report from beginning to end, then you often have other points that you want to ask further questions on.
Thank you. So before we adjourn, any more housekeeping issues that you want to raise? Any more gripes? Okay, we'll adjourn then until 2 o'clock. Thank you. Hello there, welcome back to members and officers, and welcome to everybody who's joining for the Planning Committee session this afternoon. I'm Councillor Ian Halsall, I'm the chair of this committee, and I'll just, for the purpose of people who've just joined us this afternoon, introduce my colleagues here on the top bench. Start from the far right there.
Hello, I'm Charlotte Truman, Senior Solicitor for Baines.
Hello, I'm Christopher Griggs-Trevathan. I'm a Development Management Team Manager.
Hello, I'm Karina Haskins from Democratic Services.
Thank you. We have our officers, our highly qualified professional officers in the corner, who will be presenting and providing their advice to the committee as we go through the afternoon. Can I remind everyone please to switch off any phones or the devices so we don't get disturbed during the meeting. I'll just advise the meeting is being filmed via our webcast and on YouTube. If anybody's speaking and doesn't want to appear on camera, if you can please let the operative in the corner know, and they'll make sure that you're not shown. I'll ask Karina if she'd be kind enough to read out the emergency evacuation procedure.
Thank you, Chair. If the continuous alarm sounds, you must evacuate the building and proceed to the assembly point. From this room, you follow the illuminated green signs to the exit using either the marble staircase at the end of the building nearest to Bath Abbey or the main staircase. Please do not use the lifts. The assembly point for this building is in Orange Grove on the green outside Brown's restaurant. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got a very busy afternoon. We've got 8 items to go through. So obviously we need to be very thorough and ensure we do make the right decisions and not shortcut on the time we spend asking questions and debating. But for those who are speaking, it would be appreciated if you do stick strictly to your 3 minutes or less if possible. And also if you can ask the officers when they're switching over, if you can try and do it as efficiently as possible. That's great. Thank you. Without further ado, we'll get back onto the main items. So item 2 is Claude Avenue in Southdown, and Sam, you can present this one.
Thank you, Chair. Sam, it's Sam. You're right. So just a quick verbal update. Following a request, I've been asked to clarify the Vice Chair's full comments in concluding their decision to bring the application to committee. Their comments were as follows. I appreciate the concerns raised by the Ward Councillor regarding potential safety impacts on the children walking to several nearby schools as a result of the intensification of the use of the Old Track unadopted road to access the proposed development. Walking and wheeling to school is to be encouraged and enabled. I have reviewed the Transport Development Management, Highways and Public Rights of Way consultation responses and single third-party comment, and note the swept path analysis and anticipated trip generation data from the 5 small workshops proposed. It's come to my attention that other applications approved, CrossFit Gym and pending VAS scaffolding, that have potential to intensify the land use by vehicles, and on balance recommend that this application is debated in public by the Planning Committee. Among other policy considerations, the cumulative impact of these developments on their safety of the lane for pedestrians and any other potential access conditions which have been requested. So, to confirm, the application refers to plots 25 and 26 within an industrial estate known as the Small Holdings on the edge of the Southdown ward. The proposal is for the erection of new commercial units. Oh, sorry, it's just a bit delayed. Apologies. There we go. So this slide shows the site location. We have the plan with the site edged in red and the wider ownership shown in blue. The aerial image shows the location more clearly. The central area is the industrial estate, and in the surrounding area you have a church, a school, housing, allotments and a play park known as the Sandpits, and a public right-of-way runs past the site. And then finally, down the bottom, we have a drone image of the site. To note, this application has received no objection from internal consultees, as matters have been resolved over the course of the application. Only 1 third-party objection and 1 ward councillor objection, as set out in the officer's report. Next up, we have the existing plans. The double plot is in existing use by a stone masonry yard, which also occupies the plot opposite the site. The site is mainly used for storage of stone and equipment currently. There are 2 small, essentially shed-style existing buildings on the site that are proposed to be removed to make way for the development, and you can see pictures of them down the bottom there. So the proposal comprises the erection of commercial units that will continue to be in industrial use within the existing industrial estate. The use was found acceptable in principle in accordance with policy ED2B within the officer's report. The stone storage can be condensed to the remaining stone yard in the east of the site, leaving space for the proposal in the west of the site. The building will accommodate 5 equal-sized commercial units, and there will be a smaller lean-to unit positioned at the southern end, which will accommodate electric meters and plant, etc. To the ridge, the building is 6.5 metres high, and the building will have a dual pitch roof, and to the eaves it's 5.5 metres. The height is not dissimilar to surrounding industrial buildings on the estate. The building would be constructed using profile powder coated grey aluminium sheeting to the walls and roof with metal shutter roller doors. Excuse me. So the proposal will accommodate 1 parking space per unit, which we can see on this plan, and a visitor space equaling 6 spaces, and a bike shelter accommodating 12 bikes, and the site is within a sustainable location within the city. The western access into the site will be repositioned slightly and is intended to serve the application units only. This slide also shows the swept path for the site using the provided turning space within the site. And there is a public right-of-way located along the access track, which is shown by the purple line on the plan. The proposal is considered to result in around 20 additional vehicular movements a day and is not considered to lead to an intensification of the track. The highways team and the public rights-of-way team have raised no objection. Conditions are proposed to ensure provision of the turning space within the site, along with parking and bike storage. And whilst on conditions, there are also conditions proposed securing hours of use, deliveries, construction management, noise impact, external lighting and drainage. So onto the photos. The top left is as at the turning from Claude Avenue onto the access lane, which leads to the industrial estate, past the Church of Ascension. Middle top is taken at the other end of the access lane, next to the CrossFit. You can see the access is ended by a line of trees preventing vehicular access, but a gap is maintained for pedestrians. And top right is looking back towards that same view with the CrossFit just to the side. And again, you can see the dirt track of the public right-of-way is narrow and the trees prevent vehicular access. And then we have the entrance to the plot in the bottom left, which, as I said, will be slightly altered and become the access for the commercial units. And then we have the existing entrance to the eastern side of the plot, shown by the gate next to the building, which will be retained for the stone masonry yard. And then finally, 2 photos taken inside the yard. The left-hand photo is next to the buildings to be demolished and looking at the western half of the site where the proposed units will be located, and the right is where the stone storage will be consolidated. So the proposal would result in additional much-needed industrial space within the City of Bath, within an existing industrial estate, and would result in the creation of jobs. The proposal is found acceptable in principle. In addition, the proposal is found to accord with the other relevant policies, including highways, as outlined in the officer report. As such, the proposal is recommended for permission.
Thank you very much, Sam. I'd like to invite 2 speakers who are supporting the application. We've got Abby Stokes and Guy Johnson. If you'd like to just move to the row in front, if you can maybe both, if you're both speaking, if you just you, okay. So you've got a full 3 minutes to address the committee. Just press the right-hand button and it should illuminate in... Yeah, there you go.
Hello and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I haven't addressed a planning committee before, so please bear with me. Plots 25 and 26 within the small holdings currently house a very dilapidated and dusty workshop. Really not much to look at, and yet it has caught the eyes of several small business owners in the area who have inquired whether it is available for rent. It isn't, it's not suitable. After doing some research and listening to local businesses and talking with commercial estate agents, it does highlight that there is a desperate need from small businesses looking for smaller light industrial units in Bath. There's a severe shortage of stock. The pressure for new homes, student accommodation and residential care homes is eating away at the space for light industry within Bath. I'd like to highlight the Employment Growth and Employment Land Review, March 2020, which concludes, there is virtually no industrial and warehouse supply identified in Bath, despite clear evidence of requirements. This is a critical issue and makes the protection of existing industrial sites essential. Identifying potential industrial sites to service the Bath market should also be a priority. However, even since the report, the Wanstead Business Centre, which housed 22 units, has been demolished and is being rebuilt into a residential care home, further highlighting there is a real need to protect light industry in Bath. Plots 25 and 26 are ideally situated to accommodate local business, boost the local economy, provide jobs, promote more sustainable methods of transport and reduce commuting. One business owner that approached us currently rents a unit in Trowbridge and commutes daily. He is desperate to find premises in Bath, and he and his team are all local to Oldfield Park. This development would not only facilitate his rental needs, but additionally significantly reduce commute and associated environmental costs. I would like to address the concerns regarding potentially increased traffic flow on the track. Firstly, as previously mentioned, we would encourage sustainable methods of transport, walking and cycling to work. Secondly, the working hours of light industry are typically 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. This is outside of the school operating hours and would naturally reduce any crossover. Importantly, as already mentioned again, Transport Demand Management were consulted. They noted the means of access and parking are acceptable and maintain highway safety standards and raised no objections.
If I can just pause a second, we very carelessly forgot to put the traffic lights on, so I don't know where we are with the 3 minutes, but if you wrote to sum up, that's brilliant, thank you.
Literally summing up,
Thank you very
much.
much.
I should have looked as well, I'm so sorry. Therefore, a marginal increase in traffic needs to be balanced with the gains that the units would bring to the local community in terms of supporting a diverse economy, supporting small businesses, and supporting the critical need for light industry premises in Bath. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We have a statement. Councillor Dina Romero, unfortunately, can't be with us, but as local ward member, she has submitted a statement which Karina will now read out on her behalf.
Thank you, Chair. This is a statement from one of the ward councillors, Councillor Dina Romero. This land was historically allotments, hence the area being known as the small holdings. However, the site being considered is no longer within this designation. Over the years, the land use has changed, and not always with explicit permission, creating a hodgepodge of uses and problems for children and nearby residents. The reasons I have for objecting are due to the increased usage of this small industrial estate and the impact this has on the safety of children, the health and well-being of those living by the site, also around drainage, and finally on the local ecology. The unmade lane is used as the main pedestrian access for children going to and from Oldfield Park Junior School. The children's entrance is on this lane. Many children also use the informal footpath running behind the Sandpits Park. In Moreland's ward, and wrongly referred to as Brickfields in the committee notes, which joins the lane at the furthest point from Claude Avenue and runs across the entrance to all the businesses in this industrial estate. There have been reports of drivers on this lane narrowly missing hitting small children. In addition, I understand that drivers use the informal path from the sandpits to access units in the industrial estate. Clearly, this is not acceptable, and if this scheme is permitted, I would like more to be done to protect children. I suggest a condition limiting access to and from the site during the school start and end times. I also ask that the informal access from the sandpits is permanently restricted so that cars and other vehicles cannot use this route. The ground at the site is compacted, but if this is replaced by non-porous material, there will be an effect on the already often overwhelmed drainage system. The course of water into soakaways should be monitored to check the eventual outlet is not contaminated. One likely outlet is the spring providing the historic and much-loved waterway through the sandpits. This stream is enjoyed by children throughout much of the year. It would be terrible if this became unusable and children lost the simple pleasure of paddling. The linear path next to the site is a main foraging route for bats and badgers. I ask that the trees that are agreed are the most appropriate for the location and the best for bats. And if anything can be added for badgers and other small mammals, I would welcome this. As residents have been adversely affected by noise from work in this area and will also be by nighttime lighting, will you put a restriction on noise and to ensure windows or external lights are effectively shielded? This would also be beneficial to bats. I have one final request which reflects the increased use of the land by more and heavier vehicles. Would the committee ask for a contribution to the upkeep of the lane, not to the council, but to the school and church, since the lane is part owned by the school and church, and they should get some benefit from this development? Thank you for listening to my comments. Councillor Dina Romero.
Thank you, Karina. We'll now move on from the speakers to ask questions of the officer. My question, first of all, is relating to the accesses, plural. So the main, obviously, access would be from Claude Avenue. Obviously, we've seen the tracking within the site. I'm confused a little bit about the access from the sandpits and Still Road. Is it feasible? Can a vehicle go all the way through, or but there's still access from each side for vehicles?
Yeah, I will just show you on the site plan. Is this? There's my arrow. Okay. So the main access is from Claude. Am I drawing on this? No. From Claude Avenue into the site this way. I think that Councillor Romero is referring to, there's a sort of access road. It's a road to about there on the Monksdale Road side of the site. Then it becomes, I'll show you on the photos in a second, a smaller track, which, in my opinion, would be extremely difficult to get a vehicle up. It's very, very narrow. Once you get to this spot here at the top, there's trees, so you can't get a vehicle through. I understand that previously, potentially, some cars have come into this area and then through the CrossFit, but that is gated. So there is no access through there regularly, and that would be private in any case. So if I just take you back to the photos as well, that would be helpful. How do I... I'm a bit stuck. I don't know how to... It's now stuck on this. Sorry, bear with me 1 second. IT problem.
Has anybody else got a question lined up? Meanwhile, okay, I'll come to you shortly, Councillor Gawley.
Sorry, while you're doing that, perhaps a quick clarification from the Highways officer. I'm just looking at the swept analysis and the vehicle that's being used for that. So are we planning any restriction on vehicle size of this site?
No, there's no restriction on vehicle size. The swept path analysis was a large van stroke small lorry type arrangement, and that was deemed appropriate for the type of light industrial units that are proposed.
Sorry.
Shall I just to say, you can see here the other end of the access lane by the CrossFit in this photo, so you can see the trees there stopping any vehicular route through. So I don't believe you can get a car through at that end of the site.
Okay, Councillor Gawley.
Yeah, it's just a question about access as well, and wondering whether it's possible to put a condition in to have a pavement or something like that, so that children are more protected. If it's a question of whether it's an unadopted road, then is that how possible would that be?
You're right. It's an unadopted lane past the parking area and then to the site itself. So there wouldn't be an opportunity for us to take money and then use it because it's not our lane. So it would be a civil matter between third parties in terms of maintenance and use of the lane over time.
And I mean, I think you said that the lane was part owned by the church and part owned by the school. Is that correct? Maybe could they be encouraged to provide safer access, or is that is this silt pavement or something?
Yeah, that's information that's been given to me by the local council. I don't know that to be 100% correct, but it might be. But yeah, it could be that all the owners could come together and decide to, do something there with their own funding.
Yeah, that would be outside the scope of this application. It would be a civil matter. Okay, anybody else got a question? Councillor Jackson.
Yes, thank you. I'm not entirely clear. Perhaps you could clarify what powers Baines have got over a private, if I understand correctly, a private lane that's not, is it tarmacked or not? I'm afraid I forget when I've studied the papers. I believe that you can't, if you had boy racers going up and down, for example, the police can't do anything about it. There's no enforcement possibility. Is that correct?
There's a couple of points there in terms of the first point about maintenance and what the format of the lane would be against private. So, yeah, we can't enforce anything in terms of it must be tarmacked in a certain way. In terms of a criminal activity, then, yeah, the police can enforce anything they want in terms of looking after the Road Traffic Act requirements. And it doesn't really matter whether it's adopted or not. So, but again, that's not a planning matter.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Hodge?
Yes, so I'm following up again on this issue of the use of the road with highways, please, because this is the main concerns that have been raised about it. I just want to be clear, because there's a public right-of-way along the old track, and the public right-of-way bases its conclusions on the TDM conclusions. And in that conclusion, you come to the decision that although there's, you estimate around 20 daily movements a day, that the peak hour movements are generally outside of the peak school times, but they seem to me to actually correspond to peak school times in it's 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. that was raised in the talk. Anecdotally, I hear that about 40 to 50 young people use this route either to get to Oldfield School or to get to the bus to Ralph Allen in the other direction. And again, that's anecdotal from the ward councillor. But that's why I'm raising these, digging deeper into these points about the usage of that track.
Yeah, in terms of overall traffic numbers, the applicant predicts about 15 to 20 movements per day associated with the site. Clearly, that will be dependent on the type of user and how they're used through the day. Of course, this site exists already, so there is already traffic associated with the site, and probably larger vehicles, given that it's a stonemason's yard and they're transporting material. In terms of clashes with primary school activity, to take the afternoon, the school children should be leaving between 3 and 4 in the afternoon, and I don't anticipate that there'll be a peak associated with this use between those times. So when children are leaving, there should be no significant crash. There could be more of an issue in the morning, but again, and I think the speaker mentioned it, this type of use, people would tend to arrive earlier. And again, if you were using that site, if you were the owner of that site, you wouldn't be turning up when you're going to get delayed getting to the site by the school children. So I think a sort of common sense approach in terms of how those sort of units are used, I don't see a significant issue. Okay.
Just have one other question, and related is it the future developments off that lane? Are you able to elaborate on those, the officer, or are they relevant or not?
So we do have a pending application nearby. I'll show you the location of it. It's this site back here. In terms of cumulative impacts, obviously this application has come before you first. We need to assess it based on the scenario on the ground, and that future pending application would then have to take into account the situation that arises as a result of whether or not this permission is granted. And there have been previous applications that have been granted along this industrial estate, including the CrossFit. That was last year, and the proposal's been considered in conjunction with the existing scenarios, and it's not considered to lead to an intensification that would be unacceptable.
Councillor Crossley.
Just one quick question, really. The footpath from the end, at the right angle there, down into Sandpit, is in a poor state of repair. Is it acceptable as part of if we decide to grant planning permission, that we get some money to improve the state of that path? Is that a condition that's acceptable to put in?
I think Dan's alluded to it already, but that is that's outside of the ownership of the council. I don't think we would be able to collect a contribution towards third-party upkeep of that footpath, and it would be a civil matter for the owners and users, anyone who crosses that, to consider.
Before we move on to the debate, are there any more questions to ask of the officer? No? Okay, so we'll move on and start considering the application that's before us. As is customary, if a member of the committee is a ward member as well, they get to speak first, so I'll invite you to start the debate. Councillor Crossley.
Thanks very much. Well, this is an interesting application, and in the modern world, since the new Labour government, they would be wanting us to pass this application as speedy as possible. We've got an industrial site. If we were starting from scratch, we wouldn't put an industrial site like this in the middle of residentials. But it's there, it's been there for a long time, and it's employed a lot of different companies over the time, including some heavy-duty companies like the Stoneworks. Strictly speaking, when the Crosswork gym moved in, that was, in my view, a deviation from industry. That's leisure. But it's in there now, and so we've got a leisure and industrial zone. And it's the leisure part of it that increased the amount of traffic coming in by Oldfield Juniors. So at either end, we've got two bits of land which we can't do anything to improve because they're not ours. So you've got the small access road and the lane into Sandpits at the other ends, which is, I think, is a shame. It'd be nice if we could look to see how we could get to improve the general environment within the planning permission. So we've got, I think, I must commend the officer's work on this report, particularly the detail in sort of restricting operating hours and the lighting effect. I've got one other question. Will the lights all be back tolerant, i.e. we'll be looking at something that's always pointing down and not? So I've got that final question.
So I've included a condition for details of external lighting. So we don't know what they would look like yet, but any specification that came forward would certainly need to take that into account, and that could stop that lighting from being acceptable in that area. So it would be a consideration, yes. Right.
So when the full details of the lighting come in, I really would like to stress that as part of my moving proposed acceptance of this, that we get an assurance from the planning department that the biodiversity net gain and all those sort of environmental issues will be a key part of the lighting scheme. So really, are you happy for me to move something now?
We'll see if anybody else wants to speak first, but if you want to put a motion down, we can come back to that.
I think on this one, this is an important employment zone. As I said earlier on, if we were starting from scratch, we wouldn't put it there, but it is there, and it is an important one. It provides a lot of jobs. It provides a lot of different types of employment, and this new 5 bay thing will add more ability for small companies to be able to get small business units, and it's small business units that we actually really need to try and work to keep in the centre of Bath. And so I'm not happy to move permission, but I think on this case I'd like to move permission, the officer's recommendation.
Okay, thank you. It looks like we might have a seconder already. So yeah, I saw Councillor Warren's hand first, but I'll come back to you two.
Oh, sorry, do you want a seconder? I'm happy to.
Councillor Hodge, do you want to say anything before we take a seconder? You're going to second it. I saw Councillor Warren's hand first, so
yeah,
Councillor Warren second.
I'm very happy to second this. I agree. Is it an ideal spot? No, but it's there. It's actually lovely to come into this chamber. We almost usually the opposite. Rather than having new industrial spaces, we're usually losing industrial space. So yeah, no, delighted to see this coming forward. Say not a great spot, but I love the idea. More jobs, more space. Happy to second.
Anybody else want to speak before we go and take a vote? Councillor Jackson.
I was going to second it because I thought Councillor Crossley summed up the issue so well. But I think we should also remember that in the good old days, it used to be the case anyway that you had a sort of industrial area and then the workers' houses were round it. Today, of course, the workers are not living there. They're people in white-collar jobs, perhaps, and wouldn't want to work in an industrial estate. But the fact remains, as Councillor Crossley said, we wouldn't start from here today, but we have a legacy. And I do feel, as somebody who voted against the demolition of the Wansdyke business centre, it really is important to have these units, especially because quite a few of our hard-working residents are in the back bedroom and need to get into this kind of unit as the next step up in the progress of their business. So I'm very happy to vote for the motion.
Thank you. So we have a very sound justification for supporting this in terms of the, well, of course, it's clearly going to help regenerate the site somewhat and is going to create employment within the central area. And as has been suggested, you know, we did recently lose Wansdyke, which is very close by. Does anybody else want to speak before we take a vote? Right, so Councillor Crossley had put forward the motion to support the recommendation. That's been seconded by Councillor Warren. I know there were some anxieties expressed about the relationship with the site with the school, but I think we've been, it's been very well explained by the highway officer about the, you know, the lack of conflict between the children and the people who will be working on this site. So we'll go to a vote then, please. All those in favour? So that's 10, so that's anonymous, sorry, apologies, unanimous. Right, so planning permission has been granted. Okay, thank you. Right, we'll move to the next item if we can, please, as quickly as we can. Okay, sorry for the delay. Each officer has their own laptop that they have to set up. We don't have a sort of planning committee laptop, unfortunately. Ready? Right, we'll go to Sam. So this is an application for, well, it's retrospective related to 4 agricultural buildings at Barnley within the mills in Porton. So I'll let Sam introduce the application.
Thank you, Chair. As the Chair said, this is a retrospective application for 4 agricultural buildings on a small holding. It's called with the name of Barnley. It's in a place called Withy Mills in Porton. People were slightly confused about where the actual location was, so I just highlighted it in red in the very centre of the screen there. So it's on the road in between Radford and Porton. I believe it's called the Bath Road. So that's where the site location is in terms of the district. This is just a sort of a close-up version of that map, just showing you where the actual sort of the site is. Slightly complicated, this one, by a active enforcement notice that's actually been served on one of the buildings. So the enforcement notice that's been served is for, without planning permission, change of use of land from agriculture to mixed use of agriculture and residential. Essentially, the applicant was living in one of the buildings that are currently part of this application, and it was deemed that was unacceptable, and an enforcement notice was served. That enforcement notice served on in September 2024, came into effect on the 3rd of October with a compliance period of 6 months. So they have until, not the 6th, sorry, the 3rd of April 2025 to comply with it. The requirements of that enforcement notice are to cease the use of the land for consistent of a mixed use of agriculture and residential. For the avoidance of that, that doesn't include the agricultural use. And to remove the day-to-day living facilities, specifically cooker, hob, bathroom, bath and bed from the building that will be shown later on in the presentation. I've just got some of the plans to show you now. So this is the one of the buildings. It's a lean-to essentially for storage of vehicles. It has a couple of uprights and then a flat roof. This is another one. This is just it's sort of a greenhouse with slightly more substantial than the greenhouse. It has sort of wooden uprights with plastic corrugated sides and roof. This is the building that was subject to the enforcement notice the applicant was living in, but this is now going to be an agricultural storage building. And then the final one is a sort of a converted container that's being used as a chicken coop. And I've just got some photographs for you now. Oh, no, sorry. So this is the site plan. As you can see, where it says lime tree circle, that's actually where there's a small building in there. That's where the chicken coop is. The wooden cabin that is subject to the enforcement notice is on the right to that, and then to the north of that is where the greenhouse is, and then the field shelter is sort of halfway down the site that's marked, obviously, with a field shelter. This is the landscaping plan that's also been submitted by the applicant. I thought it would just be useful to show this. So there's trees and hedging proposed to be planted as part of the application as well. So I've just got some photographs for you now. So this is the photograph of the lean-to. Obviously, you can see it's been used to store sort of agricultural equipment. This is the photo of the greenhouse. As you can see, obviously, that's why it's timber uprights and sort of a plastic corrugated roof. This is the building that was being used as a dwelling. Obviously, the applicant hasn't removed the bath and kitchen, but he still has time to comply with the enforcement notice. He is now no longer living within the building, so that part of the notice is complied with, but there's just the other requirement to remove the day-to-day living facilities. And then this is the photo of the chicken coop, and that's just another photo of the rest of the site as well. And then the officer recommendations permit, subject to the conditions set out in the committee report. There is one other thing that I would mention as well, that a number of the third-party objections to the application were relating to the highway access and potential safety of that. That highway access does not form part of this plan application. It's been there for a number of years. It has been altered in the last couple of years. And I have referred that to our highways team, and they are actively investigating if it is causing a safety issue or not, and they've yet to report back to me.
Thank you very much. We have speakers on this application. Councillor Hardman's got two hats on today, so you are going to be reading out a statement on behalf of one of your residents. So for that, you've got 3 minutes to read out. We'll hear then from the applicant, and then we can come back to you as ward member, and you can speak for 5 minutes.
Right, thank you, Chair, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of my residents, who are Will and Eliza Bray, who live next door to the actual scheme. This is an opportunist scheme for 100 square metre buildings. It's outside of the development boundary. It will set a precedent for more of the same development. It's not policy compliant for RE2, PCS 7A, D6 or NE3. No high-risk consultation despite access changes and local concerns, and I won't go into that because you already mentioned that's going to be a separate consultation. Regarding the planning officer's report, there are 4 local objections to this application, not 3. Policy RE2, sustaining a buoyant rural economy. The scale and nature of this hobby farm on this land does not support local food production and the rural economy, which is the underlying premise of any development permitted under RE2. Buildings are not all agricultural at the time of writing. We've seen one storage for vehicles. We've heard it's not just agricultural vehicles. And at more than 100 square metres are excessively extensive and not reasonably necessary for the activities on this 1-acre field. Policy PCS 7A, foul sewage infrastructure. There is no consideration of sewage from the toilet that is there within the application or response. Policy D6, residential amenity. The officer overlooks that the barn in question is, like the majority of the buildings seen on the site plan, sitting directly on the boundary of the neighbouring property, the old chapel, and is of a height that imposes on neighbouring gardens. Policy NE3 covering biodiversity net gain. Baseline recording should be taken prior to any work on the site, but the baseline was assessed retrospectively 12 months after the building actually started. Assessment was carried out by the applicant with no evidence of appropriate qualifications required for this role. And highways, they have mentioned, the residents have mentioned highways, no statutory consultation, although we've been promised that there will be one. But there is a wall in excess of 1 metre going onto a B road, and there are questions about visibility for traffic. Many concerns locally about the implications for highway safety expressed in this and previous application comments. That's the end of that report.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hardman. Can I ask Jose Macedo, who's the applicant, to come forward? It's the seat here at the front. And if you press the right-hand button, the one in front there, the next one, that's it. You press the right-hand button, you'll get the red light, and then that'll light up the microphone. So, as the applicant, you get 3 minutes to address the committee.
Is it on? Yeah. Hi, thank you for letting me speak here. To address some of the concerns that were brought forward. Basically, I think I turned the site that was a liability to the community into an asset. We've been focused on producing food, and I'm really passionate about the site. I was a bit confused with what I could do with it. I was a bit too excited in the beginning, and I had the help of the case officer to guide me through. And the residential use has been terminated. And in terms of the report that I heard, the buildings, they can't really be converted into a house. They're not suitable. They are just basically fence posts on the ground, and you couldn't really convert them into Class Q. There was another concern with the height of the field shelter. So the field shelter is really a place for the sheep to sleep, and I have a tractor there. And occasionally I either put in my trailer or a Land Rover that I use as a farm vehicle to tow things. And I keep some hay and some firewood there. The height is actually below the garden level of the adjoining property, the chapel, the old chapel. So it is really, I placed the buildings in a way that they couldn't really be seen by anyone, so it wouldn't be a nuisance. That spot seemed like very secluded next to a hedge. And I don't know if you could see on the pictures that Sam showed, but there's a gabion basket wall, which is about 3 meters tall. And, well, eventually the picture will show, but that's the wood cabin where I was living. That's the one. So you can see the roof line is under the garden. It can't really be seen. It looks a bit rough because, well, I've been dealing with the planning, but I do intend on changing the roof sheets and making it look a bit neater, so it's not visible, well, hindering the neighbors when they go in their garden, and because I do understand the corrugated blue sheet carpet doesn't look too good. And in terms of the highways reports, I built a wall next to Bath Roads, and that wall was under the recommendations of a previous application when I was very foolishly trying to build a house there. But the highways people said to set back a gate at least 6 meters from the road hedge. So that's why I did it that way, so a car can safely pull up and be out of the highway and not hinder any traffic.
Okay, we've had 3 minutes now.
Right. That's it then. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Okay,
thank you for
very
being
much.
here. I'm sorry about the troubles I created, and I'm very passionate about the site, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Well, you're not breaking any laws yet, but we'll come back to Councillor Hardman now as Ward Councillor for Paulton.
Thank you. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Liz Hardman. I'm the Ward Councillor for Paulton. I'm also Parish Councillor, and I chair Paulton Parish Council's Planning Committee, so I'm representing them as well. I think it's important I give you some background information about the planning application before you, because we think the original plan for the site was residential. Firstly, an unregistered static caravan was removed from the site as it contravened planning regulations in 2022. This was followed, and the applicant has said it a bit foolishly, but an application for a 3-bedroom dwelling following the removal of the caravan. And then in 2023, a retrospective planning application was put forward for the 4 buildings that we're talking about. 2 agricultural buildings, greenhouse, and the shelter. Also included was a request for temporary accommodation in the wood cabin. This was withdrawn as the applicant failed to prove an essential need for a rural worker to live permanently on the site. This wood cabin is now the storage cabin applied for in this current application. The applicant wishes to use the log cabin now as a storage unit in its current state. But there are still utilities there, and we've heard that the kitchen is still there, so there's still water, sewage, lighting and heating for accommodation purposes if necessary. I would, of course, like to remind you there were no buildings in this field prior to 2023. These buildings were built with no planning permission. We are aware that the Council has served a planning enforcement notice requiring cessation of the residential use of land and the removal of day-to-day living facilities, especially the cooker, bath and bed, when it came into effect in October 2024. This notice wasn't appealed and is now in place. However, we still think there are enough facilities in place for residential use to continue. The current active planning application is retrospectively to retain the 4 buildings on the site. The planning officer is of the view that the 4 buildings are commensurate with the agricultural activities. However, we have been told that the agricultural activities are comprised of a few sheep, 2 or 3, 2 turkeys, a number of geese, chickens, and some vegetable growing. Now, are these buildings really required for such a small agricultural use? Are these buildings reasonably necessary? Also, the residential amenity of the 2 neighbouring properties have been much affected. The 4 buildings are all directly on the boundary of either the old chapel on one side or Willow Brook. The field shelter, described as having a minimal effect, and we saw it right in front of us, is in excess of 3 metres and is having a major impact on the neighbours' properties. Finally, I'd like to mention biodiversity net gain. This is a baseline assessment by a competent person and needs to be done before any building starts. The baseline assessment for this site has been done by the applicant, and we have no evidence of his qualifications. To sum up, the residential amenity of surrounding properties has been significantly affected due to the buildings being built directly on their boundaries, particularly regarding the field shelter, which is over 3 metres in height. There are over 100 square metres of buildings on 1 acre of land. This is not an insignificant amount of building. Are these buildings really necessary for such a small agricultural setting? We believe they are excessively extensive. We would have significant concerns that the residential use would continue in the wood cabin as there are enough facilities to do so. We have heard that the resident, until recently, has been living there. I have outlined in previous applications that all previous applications, except for this one, have contained a request for residential use. And finally, a proper baseline assessment for biodiversity net gain needs to be done. For all of these reasons, I'd like you to object to this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardman. We'll move on to questions now. My question is relating to the use of the land. The use is part, notwithstanding the residential element we're taking action on, the actual use of the land as a small holding for agricultural is not to be questioned. It is actually a permitted use. What we're talking about here are the 4 structures.
The use of the land, as agricultural isn't classed as development. So it is a permitted use. The actual use of it as agriculture, as I said, isn't actually covered by the plan. It isn't development as defined by the Act.
Anybody got a question for the officer? Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. I wondered if the highway officer could explain the issues about the highway's access over the last 2 years, because that was mentioned, and I don't quite understand what sort of access there is. And secondly, I am shuffling through the card index in my brain. I have a feeling, or I can think of cases where a polytunnel sort of greenhouse effect was not considered agricultural and was required to be removed. So I wondered if the so-called greenhouse was actually under a separate dispensation or not.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I'll jump in quickly on the highways issues. Obviously, the highways officer can respond if he wishes to, but I will say that it is separate to this plan application. It doesn't form part of the application in front of you today, so it sort of can't be taken into any consideration in the determination of this application by councillors today.
You're only looking at the buildings themselves, but you had a second question about...
I lost that. I thought a building sort of had to have a sustainable, appropriate access. Is that not correct?
Yep, just to explain from a highways point of view, we weren't consulted on the application, so any comments that I make have to be sort of factual in terms of what's there at the site, and there's an existing highway access to the site, which has been there for some time. The applicant explained that he has altered that access on the basis of previous advice, which he has done. So the gate is now set back about 6 metres from the edge of the highway, which is a change from what was previously there. And Sam has also mentioned that the impact on visibility is being reviewed as part of a separate process. Again, we haven't been involved in that yet. So, yeah, the access point has not changed, although it has been altered by the applicant.
Would the design of the new access require retrospective permission?
That's something we're still currently assessing. It can also be dealt with under the powers of our highways team. If it is deemed unsafe, they do have their own powers to deal with it, and that's what we're sort of going for at the moment.
Okay, so there was a second question regarding the greenhouse, so the glass building. Is it a separate use class?
No, so this is the photograph of the inside of the sort of the greenhouse building. It is being used as an agricultural storage building, and it is used to grow vegetables as well. I've been to the site a number of occasions, sometimes unannounced, and it has always been used for agriculture purposes. I've seen chickens and sheep in there myself, and it wouldn't be a different use class because it is still agricultural.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Warren.
Yeah, if you were to have a greenhouse in your garden, do you actually need planning permission for that? I know you're doing listed buildings, but in a normal house?
In a normal house, if it can be permitted development under the general permitted development order. It depends where it is and how big it is and sort of things like that. But it's possible that you don't require planning permission from the local authority for it, in your own curtilage, that is.
Councillor Hodge had a hand up, and then Councillor Hughes.
Yes, I just wondered if there's any wider views. I'm just thinking of the policies in relation to the impact on the area, surrounding area, because I don't know the area very well. I looked at the map and there's residential properties nearby, and your conclusions were that it would not be out of character with the surrounding area and the site itself, and it responds to the context and maintains the character. This collection of buildings, is there have you got more images that might be able to support that?
I haven't, unfortunately. I've only got sort of these images here. I do have them, but not available for presentation today. But the surrounding character of the site is essentially a rural area. There's several farms. There's a sort of a equestrian use next door with horses and sort of stuff like that. And it was determined that the buildings on site sort of fit within that rural character of that use. And the one thing I will say as well, obviously, is the use of this land can be used for agriculture. It can be used to store, well, not store, it can be used to graze any animals. It could be used to graze cows, and the current use is sort of as a small holding is probably an awful lot less impactful than it possibly could be.
If that's a significant concern, of course, you could request a site visit if necessary. We could take a vote on that. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I was just after a little bit of clarification on the... It's been mentioned that the total number of buildings and the footprints of the buildings is excessive for the needs of the sites. Is that a material consideration or not?
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Essentially, the agricultural needs of buildings need to be commensurate to the agricultural activities that are going on site. For instance, if you've only got to take a wild example, if you've just got one chicken, you can't apply for a massive barn. But it's the determination that they are relatively small-scale buildings on this site, and considering there are a number of livestock and the storage requirements for those livestock and obviously plant growing, it's been determined that the buildings are commensurate to those activities.
Anybody else? Question, Councillor Jackson?
There's been mention of the old chapel. I take it, is that a Methodist one, and has it been converted into housing?
I'm not sure of the sort of the denomination of the old building. All the surrounding properties are residential.
So it is a residential building?
It is a residential building, yes.
Anybody else got a question before we move on? Right, okay. So, obviously, we're not looking at the use of the land. It is agricultural. It's been suggested that the buildings are commensurate with the size of the land. I guess what we're looking at here are the visual impacts of the structures that are there already, and particularly maybe the wider landscape perspective, but also whether they are causing any amenity issue has been flagged up by Councillor Hardman with particularly the old chapel, Rose and Crown, which I presume is an old pub. So I think that's what we need to be discussing. So does anybody want to say anything? Councillor Warren.
Yeah, I know this place really well, actually. Funny enough, a friend of mine used to live there about 20 years ago, and it wasn't a Equestrian place. And when I originally read this, I expected to see great big asbestos agricultural buildings. When I looked a bit deeper, actually, it's like the hen coops, the chicken house. Is that? It's a building, but it's a shed, and it's the kind of thing you'd have in your garden. The same, a little bit with the greenhouse. Though it might not be the prettiest greenhouse in the world. That's pretty well all it is. And the lean-to, you put your tractor under it. And I know the area quite well. Farm next door has got a load of diggers and machinery and different bits and bobs. And actually, although some of it's not the prettiest in the world, you'd like to see it. You know, if it was mine, I'd probably like the buildings, but I'd like them a bit better, if I'm honest with you. So I'm quite prepared to move the officer's recommendation on this one.
That's fine, thank you. Councillor Simon, you're happy to second. Do you want to comment on that, or just, yeah, okay, thank you. Anybody else want to engage in any more discussion on this application before we take a vote? No? Okay, sorry, Councillor Jackson, I see you, yes.
See, I'm not very quick in getting my hand up, that's the trouble, or getting your attention.
I've got the people pointing over, so, you know, I am aware.
But I was going to propose the precise opposite, because of the impact on the amenity of the surrounding dwellings. I think the residents deserve consideration there. We don't have any planning laws about structures which are an eyesore, but I do question whether the buildings were appropriate to the amount of land available to the turkeys. But my second main reason would be the lack of, as Councillor Hardman has pointed out, the lack of biodiversity net gain. So I hope this resolution, which has been proposed by Councillor Warren, falls, and then I shall propose the opposite, that we refuse it.
Okay, very good. Could I come back to Sam on the biodiversity issue, please?
Yeah, I'll just jump in on the biodiversity issue. So as this is a retrospective application, it doesn't need to demonstrate a biodiversity net gain in terms of mandatory that came in relatively recently. It does need to comply with our policy NE3A, however, which obviously requires a material gain in biodiversity for a small-scale development like this. The footprints of the buildings are relatively small, and it was a low-level scrubland previously. And the applicant is proposing to plant, and actually has already planted, quite a few trees that surround the site, and planted a new hedgerow at the bottom as well. And it has been determined that these will result in a material gain in biodiversity on the site.
So we have a motion to support the officer's recommendation. That's been put forward by Councillor Warren, seconded by Councillor Simon. Obviously, we'll take a vote on that. If that fails, then we'll refer back to Councillor Jackson. So all those in favour? And against? Yes, 9. And against? Again, 1. Okay. So that motion's been carried and planning permission has been approved, subject to conditions. So the next application is Ring of Bells, and I believe that's Angus. So if you could swap over your laptops as quickly as you can. Are we okay to carry on for this one, and then we'll have a break? Yeah. I just have to say, I should have said this at the beginning, unfortunately Councillor Crossley and Councillor Hodge are going to have to leave the committee. We will still have a quorum to make decisions on the applications, however. Okay, so this is the Ring of Bells in Compton Martin, and it is a proposal for 6 shepherd's huts. Councillor Jackson, did you want to say something before?
Yes, Chair. I believe one of the speakers against this application is Dr. Axel Palmer, who I know quite well because of being on the Standards Committee. But I have never, ever discussed planning with him. I've only discussed standards. And I believe he's here in his private capacity and with no connection to any council, committee or whatever.
Well, you've jumped the gun because I was going to raise that before Dr. Palmer spoke, because obviously it's not just you, it's also Councillor Warren and Councillor Simon are on the Standards Committee as well. But no, so we'll clear the air now. Dr. Palmer is here purely in a private capacity. Angus.
Good afternoon all. So item number 4, we're at the Ring of Bells pub on the street in Compton Martin. This one is for the change of use of the land from pub, which is sui generis use, to a mixed use with pub and visitor accommodation, which is still under the use class sui generis, with the installation of the 6 shepherd hut for guest accommodation for the pub. For some context, here we are in Compton Martin. I've highlighted the site with the red square, roughly in the middle of the screen. The settlement's fairly linear, following the main road. I've also just put 2 little stars up on screen which note the location of some bus stops, as this has come up in some discussions. Site plans as existing, so just an OS map which is slightly transparent with aerial photography underneath it, as well as that provided by the applicant on the right, which just notes the area within the pub that these huts are proposed. The proposed site plan showing the 6 huts in place. You can also see the new pathways to be created, the new hedgerows to be planted, and the flower planting to the rear of each hut as well. The elevations and plans of the huts themselves, so they are more akin to the gypsy-style caravans that we are familiar with. They each provide a bedroom, a small bathroom facilities, a small kitchenette as well. So elevation and plan view there, as well as some details of the acoustic fencing, which is also proposed around the borders of the site. The applicants have provided a material schedule as well, as this has come up as part of some of the representations received, opting for the olive green, I believe it's zinc roof, the oak timber shown in the middle. They've provided some example photographs of some of these other huts in place. This is not a photograph of this site, this is just an example, as well as some of the flooring materials for the pathways. Some sectional details as existing and as proposed. The site for the huts is to the rear of the car park. The terrain of the site, as you can see here, does slope slightly uphill before increasing up in height for the landscape to the rear, to the south. I've noted the location of the huts just with the red box, which you can see in the bottom left corner there. Some photographs of the site. The one on the left is taken from the footpath at the driveway entrance, which was probably the clearest view you'd get from the main road public domain looking into the site. Further into the car park, the photograph on the right showing the area which is still currently used as the pub garden. You can see the pub benches on it still. 2 photographs looking across the site in each direction. Photograph here which was provided within the applicant's landscape visual impact assessment, which shows the site during some green months, with some annotations as well for some nearby features. And then this one is the opposite direction now from Browning's Tump, facing back towards the site. It's quite difficult to see just from the size of this image, but the Ring of Bells and its car park is highlighted there in the middle of the photograph. One final photograph showing the access point and the road itself. So this one is recommended for permission. There are a couple of conditions involved with this recommendation. One was for the submission of some more detailed arboricultural impact information. We would also seek to secure the landscaping, so for the implementation and the retention of the trees, hedgerows and plants as they are shown on the plans, and to limit the number and style of the shepherd's huts to only these that are proposed and no more, and only to be installed in accordance with the plans and then the plans list condition itself. So yeah, this one's recommended for permission, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Gawley, have you got a point of order? No, we need to hear the speakers first, and then we'll come back to you. No worries. Dr. Palmer, would you like to just come to the next table? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application by a multi-billion-pound multinational group based in London. The committee is asked to permit a new caravan site in the centre of a small rural Somerset village which dates back to Saxon times. The village is characterised by open space, which the Chew Valley Neighbourhood Plan emphasises, and where the village voted against any development on the south side of the A368, which includes this site. It's a haven for wildlife, bats, dark skies, and has SSSIs. Compton Martin lies within the Mendip Hills National Landscape Area and mostly designated a conservation area. Compton Martin does not have a regular bus route, so car travel is essential. The only retail presence, a post office counter, which will close in April. No way can this be described as sustainable. So, against this backdrop, the committee is advised by the officer that a caravan site in the centre of the village is acceptable. There is one on the outskirts. In my submission, the planning officer is seduced by the term shepherd's huts. His report mentions it 33 times. This conjures up the David Cameron-style units, which people think is redolent of country life, but we're not in Notting Hill, or even Bath, and certainly not Bruton. The fact is, these are caravans, and you and I have no idea what structure you're invited to permit because the designs are indicative only. There's been no consultation whatsoever by the applicant with neighbours, and especially with the parish council. In summary, the proposal is an inherently unsustainable form of development, reliant on the private car, results in adverse impacts to the amenity of local residents, has adverse visual impact on the character and appearance of the conservation area, has adverse effect on the landscape quality of Compton Martin and the national landscape area. The proposed caravan site is against a range of local policies, which I could detail, and I invite the committee to refuse the application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Palmer. We next have a statement being read out by Karina on behalf of the applicant or their applicant's agent. They felt it was unsustainable to travel a 500-mile round trip, so we have accepted a verbal statement on this occasion.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, we would like to express our thanks for allowing the statement to be read on our behalf. Unfortunately, given a long-standing medical appointment, we are unable to attend the Planning Committee meeting in person. We are also a considerable distance from your offices, being a chartered architect's practice based in Lancaster, a 500-mile round trip away. We felt that allowing a statement to be read on our behalf would be more sustainable than travelling long distance to make a 3-minute representation. Whilst not attending the Planning Committee in person, we will be watching online via the Council's live stream. In consideration of the application, we would like to praise the strong, meticulous report written by the officer. It succinctly reviews the application in accordance with relevant planning policies, together with assessing the representations received. It comes to a strong conclusion that the proposal is not for new build residential development, but is for shepherds' huts providing visitor accommodation in connecting with the existing pub, and that there are no reasonable planning grounds to refuse the application. We would like to go as far as to say that this is one of the most positive planning reports that we have seen for a while. Given the positivity of the report and that it comprehensively assesses the issues and finds no grounds to refuse the scheme, we will be extremely surprised if members go against the officer recommendation of approval. When turning to the proposal, the shepherds' huts are of high quality design and materials. They have high sustainability credentials, being manufactured by Somerset-based Blackdown Shepherds Huts. They are a local company based near Ilminster and employ 20 people. The distance between Blackdown Shepherds Huts workshop to the application site is approximately 40 miles. Sourcing the Shepherds Huts from this manufacturer is therefore highly sustainable and also supports jobs in the local economy. All of the Shepherds Huts that the supplier construct are hand-built with high quality at the core of the company's values. All of the timber that they use come from FSC registered companies. In addition, the company always try and use small local businesses to source materials, adding to the sustainability of the finished product. The 6 Shepherds Huts proposed will be sited in the rear beer garden of the public house and will be used for guest accommodation in connection with the existing pub use. The extra accommodation that the Shepherds Huts will provide will secure the future viability of the pub and also create more local employment opportunities, this being a key aim of national policy in the MPPF. The proposed huts are shown to the rear of the pub are in low in profile. Given their high quality design and materials, it is felt they will be aesthetically pleasing addition to the application site and are sympathetically pleasing to the local landscape. Careful consideration has been given to the design, size and scale of the proposal, given the site's location in Compton Martin Conservation Area and within the Mendip Hills area of outstanding natural beauty.
Thank you, Karina. We have a statement to be read out on behalf of Councillor Anna Box by Councillor Harding. Do you want to come forward, Councillor? Obviously, as ward member, you can add your own views if necessary.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. When I first considered my response, I was reflecting on the strength of feeling in the community against this project, as well as considering compromise. However, I have decided to ask committee to wholly reject this application, and I will detail this further. I know we have some residents who will talk today, so I will leave their impact to their speeches, but I will note it is rare for non-neighbours to comment on planning applications, but we do have this for today's plan. The reason I urge you to reject this application are threefold. That there has been a sense of underhandedness by the applicant, the concern for our natural beauty and its preservation, and finally the concerns for precedent going forward. Firstly, the sense of underhandedness. It could be argued that this application has been presented as a local pub anxious for its continued viability, looking to diversify its income. To be clear, this application has been submitted by a distant corporation in the month of August, a month the parish council do not meet. It does also seem unusual for this to be offered as a pub-saving initiative, but the costs could be exceedingly high to create this design. The international applicant has not approached any neighbours or the parish council at all in any part of the planning process. The fact is that this application has been presented as a shepherd's hut design, but with inconsistent designs in the application and no surety to their end design. The truth is, this is asking to permit a caravan site with no clear design for the units in the centre of a village on a tiny site, surrounded by homes and at the bottom of a huge hill. I would add that if the policy is on caravan planning law, what protection do we have that the shepherd's hut option is certainly included? For myself, I find that the parish and wider community are resolute in their desire to help the pub's tenants, and I have been informed that they're very happy to support extending accommodation in the building as it stands, which seems it has scope for extension. My second point is the natural beauty of Compton Martin. The site map does not include the topography, and the boundary line to the field behind is remarkably sloped up to the Mendip Hills. This tiny caravan site will only seem more cramped next to the steep hills of the AONB/National Landscape behind it. The hard standing will reflect flooding as the runoff from the hills is severe. The lack of drainage from this field will affect the puddle often formed on the A road in front of the pub in heavy rain. Finally, my point and legacy and precedent. We have many powerful landowners that would be delighted to rezone their central village fields as camping or caravan sites in the Chew Valley is a tourism destination. But each parish in the ward that does have caravan sites, these are positioned at the edge of the villages. The proposed development is on the south side of the A368. In the neighbourhood plan, it was decided that no further development for this village was appropriate on this side of the A368, mostly due to the steep hill I have described. This application goes against the neighbourhood plan and the residents that have adopted it. If we continue to go against their wishes, this could open up to more development in the centre of AONB/National Landscape Villages. That ends Councillor Box's statement, and I would just like to support his statement, in particular noting the proposed development on the south side of the A368, which is contrary to the neighbourhood plan.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Harding. We'll move on to questions now. I saw Councillor Gawley's hand up at the beginning, so we'll come to her in a second. I just want to make a couple of points, if I may ask a couple of questions. What is the materiality of the Caravan Act in respect to this application? Is it just, does that just set the layout of the size of the buildings, and that's influenced, obviously, the proposal that's before us?
Yeah, that's right. So the Caravan Act is quite old legislation now, but it's similar to how we see with permitted development rights for householders. It provides some legislation to grant permitted development rights to caravans should they meet the height, size and usage requirements as set out in the Act. It's quite a short piece of legislation. But essentially that means the caravans themselves as buildings are permitted development in this case. So what we're really looking at is the change of the use of the lands to allow them, with consideration then of the buildings as part of that operational change of use.
Right, so that's the issue, it's the change of use, but obviously we're ordinarily the lands, because it's sui generis, isn't it? If it was farmland, I know the Camping and Caravan Club are allowed to have up to 6 caravans on their sites. Is that correct?
I'm not sure on their allowances, but in this case, yes.
But that would be permitted development if it was agricultural land, okay, but in this case it's not. Yeah, and Chris, you want to come in?
Sorry, just one very semantic clarification, just for the record. Really. The officer said there would be permitted development. It's actually the fact if they are considered to be caravans, they would not be considered development at all, i.e. not fall within the scope of the Planning Act. But he is correct on everything, as he says, about the application before you was about the change of use of the land to allow for the installation of these shepherd's huts, which would fall within the definition of a caravan.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Gawley and Councillor Simon and then Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, really a question of, are they going to be connected to the electricity and the sewers and water and so on, or are they, as so many caravans are, completely separate and you have to go and plug them in to drain them or fill them?
Our understanding at the moment is that they would be connected. That was the reasoning for the more detailed arboricultural statement as well, just to make sure that if anything needs to be dug to lay pipes or electricity cables for these, that's planned for appropriately with the nearby trees. But yes, that's our understanding at the moment.
Councillor Simon.
Well, that was one of my questions about sewerage. But the other one is, is there provision for covered bike storage and for car parking?
With regards to car parking, there's no additional provision provided. It's just going to be in conjunction with the pub use as it's existing. There are no changes to the access or car park. It's expected that any visitors driving would use the car park. That's already there. Could you rephrase your storage question?
Yes. Although it's a steep hill to the one side, on the south of the road, It's relatively flat, but the Bristol Valley Lakes, Chew Valley Lakes, on the other, and people might arrive by bicycle and would need a degree of secure storage for their bikes and possibly the equipment on them if they're renting these, use it as bicycle tourists.
I can flick back to the site plan just to double check, but my understanding at the moment is that no additional provision again has been provided, similar to the car provision, that it's just the huts themselves being put into place.
There's no requirements under policy to insist upon cycle storage or parking.
My understanding is no, but I might double check with Dan on the highways grounds.
Again, the Highway Authority weren't consulted. Well, we were consulted, and it was determined that the impacts weren't significant enough for us to provide a full consultation response. So I haven't reviewed this one in detail. There's obviously no change in the car parking for the reasons that the planning officer stated, that any use would be associated with the pub anyway. I'd have to double check on the cycle parking to see what the applicant has proposed, but I haven't reviewed that yet.
Chris.
If it's of assistance, I think the fact that it is, I'm not sure our standards cover caravans, particularly. I mean, Dan will have a look in a moment and check. But if it is a matter members are concerned about, I think it is a matter we quite commonly will deal with by condition. So if it was something you felt was really important and allowed you to support the officer recommendation, you could add to a motion a condition to have submit details for cycle parking, and then officers could work that out.
Thank you. That's something to bear in mind. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I mean, I've got two questions, if I may, and you may not be able to answer them. But my first is I'm trying to understand what their target audience is here, because looking at the indicative plans for these huts, they seem to consist of one double bed, so they don't seem to be family orientated. Have they given any indication of the sort of audience they're trying to attract with this?
They have not, no, but given the attractiveness and rural character of the village itself, my guess would be it would be walkers, hikers, this sort of thing. But no, there's no confirmation on what their target audience is. It's just as we can see and guess at this stage.
Thank you. And secondly, and again, I may be drifting away from the planning, so I'm sure I'll get told if I have. I'm trying to understand the relationship between these and the pub. Will it be a similar arrangement as you would have with a hotel? So, if you visit a hotel, the bar will close and you have to leave. If you're a resident of the hotel, you can basically carry on drinking all night. So I'm just trying to understand: is there a similar relationship expected on this site?
I'm not aware of any opening hour modifications for residents of these, just that these are intrinsically linked with the pub itself. They'll be serviced by the pub with cleaners. It's anticipated that they'll have their meals in the pub and this sort of thing. But I'm not aware of any opening hour modifications to allow for extra provision. It's just as it would be for every other guest.
Thank you. I've got another question, but first of all, Councillor Jackson. The right hand button. Here you go to help. Yeah, if you check in on the left. Okay, we've got someone to help you.
Shall I answer the point about cycle parking?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Sorry about that. You know me in technology.
Just before we come to your question, Dan's got some clarification on the cycle parking.
I've got a couple of questions.
All right, we'll come back to you.
Firstly, I thought Councillor Hughes was touching on quite an important thing. Would I be right in thinking that a beer garden, which is essentially a place where toddlers can rampage and the whole family can sit round, is being transformed into more of a sort of suitable venue for a stag night or something? I think there's an equalities issue, do you? That's the first question. The second question, as some of you know, I come from North Yorkshire. A shepherd's hut is made of stone or timber, and there's just one of it up on the moors, and you certainly couldn't get a wheeled vehicle up onto the North Yorkshire moors, apart from which we've not heard any mention of sheep. So could I suggest we see these as caravans, or is it right just to see them as caravans and consider it under the caravan legislation and the fact this is a change of use of the site, not are these beautiful huts or not? Is that a correct way? And finally, allegations have been made about the lack of consultation with the parish council, and it's been explained in the papers that the parish council had to call an extraordinary meeting in August 2024 because they were not allowed an extension of time. And I wondered why that was and why there had not been an extension granted, given that with Radstock Westfield planning applications, we've always been given an extension. So is there a special reason why you couldn't give an extension in August 2024?
Yeah, happy to answer all of those. I'll work back in reverse order while the most recent question's fresh. With regards to the consultation period, that was put forward as normal in, I believe it was July or August. The parish asked for an extension of, I believe it was 4 weeks, to allow for a month off for summer holidays. This brought us, I forget if it brought us past the target date or dangerously close to the target date of the application initially, but given the length of time that was requested, it wasn't something we could adhere to. Typically, extensions to target dates just let parishes get to their next regular meeting, which is sometimes just a couple of days, a week, maybe even 2 weeks in some circumstances, but a full month, I believe, was just not something we could accommodate. The other question, sorry, your mention of the Shepherd Hut, that's really just a label, the name of the huts. They are considered as caravans as far as the legislation goes, so we have proceeded with the assessment on that basis rather than thinking that they're going to be used by shepherds for an agricultural basis. That's, we're under no illusion that these are going to be for people visiting the area rather than agriculturally. Could you remind me of your first question, sorry?
Question of the lack of a family facility to be changed into this kind of use, which, as Councillor Hughes has pointed out, is not very family friendly, and I was thinking that perhaps there was an equalities issue here, apart from a lack of a family facility or a family facility disappearing. Fair question. In this case, it's not considered to be an equalities issue. There is quite generous playground facilities, and there is still more beer garden as part of this pub layout. In the very left-hand corner of this photograph up on screen, I appreciate it's quite hard to see. You can probably see a blue smudge. That's a slide. They've got an existing playground just on the other side of the site. I'll flick back up to one of the site plans. You can see the playground still there as existing on the left-hand side of the screen. And just off of the north of this image is the rest of the land for the pub and the beer garden itself, shown on the aerial imagery here. I'm not sure if you can see my mouse or not. I can't see my mouse at the moment on my screen. So the loss of the beer garden is not considered to be a particular loss of facility, and there's nothing restricting this, the use of these huts to a particular group. They'd be available for rent or whatever the arrangement might be for families or young people alike.
Thank you. I've got quite a few people who wanted to ask questions, but first of all, if I can ask Dan to come back to us on the cycle policy.
Yeah, just quickly on cycle parking, in the design and access statement, it confirms that a bike anchor stroke locking point will be provided at each caravan.
Thank you for confirming that. So, Councillor Malloy.
Thank you. Yeah, so about the what you just said there, is there any facility for charging an electric vehicle? Is that included? That was one thing. And just thinking about, whether it's obviously designed for visitors rather than long-term residents, but I just wondered, not knowing the law on this, can you tell us what the maximum stay would be for anyone to take up, a week, a month? Is there a limit?
For your first question, there's no electrical vehicle charging points being proposed as part of this case. There's just no There's just no modification proposed to the car parking arrangement. Regarding the maximum length of stay, I'm not sure off the top of my head. I'm sure there is something in legislation for temporary short-term, sorry, not temporary, for short-term holiday accommodation. I can't remember what that is off the top of my head, though.
Thank you. Just indulge me with another question before I go to Councillor McPhee. We're talking about a change of use, but obviously the design of the caravans, we'll call them caravans, obviously influence the impact of that use in terms of amenity, visual impact, etc. Is there sort of an end date for these? Is there a condition limiting the time that they can stay there? Because obviously over the course of time, they may become dilapidated, they may need to be replaced. Would the council have any influence over a different style of caravan, you know, maybe like a traditional static, for example, as opposed to something more romanticised like this one?
There's no time limit condition for the length of these caravans being put in place. We would be able to control a future application if they were to seek to change what's on site, as we have recommended that one of these conditions is put in place to limit only these caravans in accordance with these plans. So if there were to be changes, an application would be required, and we'd be back here
that's
again.
really helpful, thank you. So yeah, it has to be this style of caravan. Right, Councillor McPhee, sorry for the delay. Oh.
Sorry to keep interrupting members. Just having a conversation to my right with the legal officer, and just thinking through some of the implications of some of the discussion. I think it would be appropriate, if you are minded to go with the officer's recommendation, to add a condition about limiting the use to holiday accommodation. And we have a standard condition we use for that sort of thing, and it requires the applicant to keep a record log of visitors, and then puts a limit. I can't quite remember the number of days, but it's a limit on the amount of days someone can stay in a consecutive period, and therefore ensures that it remains as holiday accommodation, not becoming permanent residential accommodation. I think that would be appropriate in this instance. So please have that in mind if anyone's going to move the officer recommendation.
Thank you, Chris. Sorry, Councillor McPhee.
Just to go back over the decision again, if I'm right, we can leave the shepherd's huts to one side, and the question is whether we're going to leave it as a pub or make it a pub plus a caravan club. How do we deal with the point of the speaker that there's been a vote that there would be no development south of the road?
So this is within the Howden development boundary implied set around the village itself. So this is still within that boundary. And it is within the wider site of the pub itself. It's not pushing further out into the countryside. So it's our consideration that it doesn't push new development to the south. It's contained within the existing site and the existing boundaries of the village.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bearing in mind we're still on questions, Councillor Warren.
I have questions, Chairman, thank you. The first one's easy. If we were minded to approve, could we delegate to officers to make sure that we actually have, I call them gypsy caravans, so as not to upset Eleanor over there, Councillor Jackson, so they actually are what they look like they say they're going to be. I guess we can do that.
That's the purpose of condition 4. That's exactly what that's seeking to do.
Brilliant. Thank you. The other ones, I don't quite understand, so I need an idiot-proof explanation, please, because I am sometimes. With the caravans, am I right in thinking you can have 5 or 6 caravans without planning permission? Like if you're a farm or a pub, I don't know. But I guess, is that just mobile caravans rather than in-situ caravans?
Yes, and that caravans of that nature that you're referring to there are more akin to permanent residences for the people living in them. But yes, there is, as we went through, it's at the start of this report, it's the Caravan Act, and there is provision for allowing caravans, considering not even to be development. But this is, we're considering this differently. We're considering this not as permanent residences, but as holiday-let accommodation linked intrinsically with the pub.
I'm eager to get onto the debate on this application, but we've got 2 more questions, one from Councillor Gorlin and Councillor Hodge.
I'm not sure whether this is a question or it's more to do with debate, but it is my concern about the weighting that we should be giving neighbourhood plans. We encourage all of our villages and parishes to produce a neighbourhood plan at great cost and effort, and to then ignore that, I think, is a concern. And I'm just wondering about the weighting that we should be giving. Having encouraged them to produce that, they've said clearly what they do and don't want. And now we as a committee would ask to go against that, and that does concern me particularly, although I think it's good to encourage development in rural areas and rural businesses. This isn't something that they want, because they've already got a caravan site.
So your question, if I'm right, is in terms of the neighbourhood plan, how much weight have you given to that?
Neighbourhood plans are considered equal in weight to the council's local plan, so they are considered on par or parallel with each other. In this case, we're not recommending that you ignore one and favour the other. In this case, the report and my recommendation is that the proposal is not contrary to said policies of one plan or the other. Of course, opinions vary, as we've heard across speakers, and I'm sure that will come up in the debate shortly. But that's what we have found, that it's not contrary to local or neighbourhood plan in this instance.
Councillor Hodge.
Yeah, sorry, two points. The design of the shepherd's huts is conditioned as per the plan. The plan doesn't include any of the materials, and the conditions don't include any of the materials. Are the materials defined? I know they're defined by the applicant, but is there any condition around the materials? So say the applicant decided to paint the wood red, would that be, or it doesn't, sometimes you have materials in the conditions as well.
Yes, I believe the conditions as written at the moment don't refer to the material schedule. I'd have to double check the full wording of the conditions, as I've only just included a summary as this presentation. But that certainly can be included as for the conditions to be in accordance with the material schedule that's been provided. That can absolutely be conditioned.
Yeah. And the second point is the use of I'm just thinking of the impact of amenity on the nearest property, which is Coombe Farmhouse. Is there a restriction to how late one can use the pub garden in relation to having this site adjacent to occupied, and there's a potential that site could be used later into the evening by people sitting outside the caravans, shepherd's huts?
Yeah, fair consideration. I don't believe we'd be able to condition the hours of use as it's expected that they're going to be overnight accommodation for people. We wouldn't be able to say you're not allowed to open your door and come outside the hut at any point during the night. I think that would not be fair, so we'd have to come to a conclusion on this application on the understanding that the users of the hut would be able to come in and out as they please. This wouldn't affect the hours of opening for the pub itself, so though the pub would still open and shut at the times that it currently does. Does that answer your question? Sorry.
Everyone's had a chance to ask a question. I'll allow Councillor Jackson to ask one more, and then I want to move to the debate.
I was going to propose a motion when you're ready.
Right. Well, let's move on then. Do you want to put forward a motion immediately?
Yes, I suggest we refuse this application on the grounds of loss of amenity to the neighbours, impact on the night skies, and they may be going to have, just to explain, they may be going to have gas lamps hanging. That's a building regs thing, I would have thought, but it's unreasonable to expect the tenants or the people renting these caravans not to have lights, not to have sound after 11 p.m. or whatever. So I think the impact on the night skies, that's the second one. Thirdly, because of the position of the Mendip Hills, what's it called? I'm sorry, I can't see very well.
National Landscape.
The Mendip Hills opposition. And what was the third? I've got loss of amenity, loss of too much light, the position of the Mendip Hills AONB, but most importantly of all, I'm afraid, I think this is contrary to the neighbourhood plan, and I would think but I'm afraid I couldn't look it up, the placemaking plan. If it says no development to the south, that's how it should be. So those are 4 reasons for you, which I'm sure you can flesh out to something a bit more convincing.
So Chris is now going to rush to just check some of our policies to see what we can carry on the back of your comments. That's a motion to overturn the officer's recommendation. Councillor Gawley.
I was going to second it because I absolutely agree with that, and particularly position on the neighbourhood plan.
Anybody else want to make any comments before we go to a vote? Councillor Simon.
I would have been aiming to move to delegate permit to allow the conditions to be dealt with, so I'll do that depending on the vote.
Do you want to clarify?
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, can I just clarify? You've indicated one of the potential reasons would be loss of immunity to the neighbours. Could you just clarify what impacts you're alleging there in terms of, is it a noise thing, is it an odour thing, is it something else?
Oh, well, very much noise. Noise, light, partying. Why shouldn't people have a good time? But the trouble is, this is not the right location.
Okay, so just on that point, I think it wasn't raised earlier in answers to the questions. There obviously would still be environmental protection legislation, and as long as the occupiers are acting reasonably, then there wouldn't be an issue. But unreasonable noise action can still be taken as a statutory nuisance. So just members have that in mind when considering that reason. And then you've said about impact on the night sky, so that's light impact on the dark skies. I think that's fairly clear what you're suggesting there. Just on the, and also I assume that is linked to the impact on the Mendips national landscape, because of the dark skies point. Just on the neighbourhood plan, maybe the officer might be able to help by talking us through some of the relevant policies, but just in what respect are you alleging there's a conflict? We need to be more specific than just is contrary to the neighbourhood plan. So we need a policy that it is contrary to, and a sort of explanation of that. Again, I don't want to put you on the spot because you might not know the plan off the top of your head, so I don't know if the officer is able to help us out with some of the relevant policies first.
Not off the top of my head, apologies.
Palmer said, gave the instances in his thing about development to the south of the village. And I would have thought also we've got in the placemaking plan the question that this is not a sustainable location, and we shouldn't be having a development. Is it an RA1 village that's going to lose its post office and we're left with just a pub and a church?
So just looking, looking through the officer's report, which does set out some of the relevant neighbourhood plan policies, I'm not aware, and again, without going back through the whole document right now, I'm not aware of a specific policy which says no development to the south of the thing. There might be descriptions within the text about the character of the village, and that's saying, development should be restricted on the south side of the village, but there needs to be actual policy text which explains what the test is. Many of the policies in there do talk about broad character and the character of villages and the particular character of those villages in the Chew Valley area. So I'm having a little trouble with this reason in terms of actually pinning it down to something specific that we would be able to defend.
If we can't use the neighbourhood plan, is there a reason that we could suggest that it is out of character with the surrounding area, not just in terms of the impact on the national landscape, but the actual character of the village within its setting?
Certainly, I'd be more comfortable with that sort of suggestion. It's sort of aligning it to the impact on the national landscape. I think the officer might have some clarification for us.
Policy RE7, which is the local plan partial update policy for visitor accommodation, has a series of criteria which this application has reviewed. One of those is that The visitor accommodation is in a sustainable location or accessible by a choice of vehicle transport modes. Obviously, this is a point that's being debated, so if there was a reason for refusal of that nature, that can be linked to policy RE7, just to help provide a bit of context there.
So that's a question about whether it's actually a sustainable location or not. Is that something you would go along with, Councillor Jackson?
I mean, as far as I know, the only way to use a bus from this location is to ring up for one of the Westlink green buses that will come out of Bristol or something. There is no regular, normal, in inverted commas, and not even a community bus service any longer. There was one about 6-7 years ago.
I have a motion and a seconder, but Councillor Simon. Okay.
I looked this up yesterday. There's a bus 99 that goes around the Chew Valley. You need to connect out of it, but as I understand it, there are 2 buses a day shuttling along the Chew Valley area.
Yes, the Highways Officer. Done.
Just to clarify, community buses in the village, there are 2 services. There's a 99 and there's an X91. Both are trial services from September 2024 for a period of 18 months, and they're funded by West of England Command Authority, and that's what serves the village at the moment.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, this. I kind of feel for the residents. I know the area pretty well. But a lot of what Councillor Jackson says, I can't agree to it. The way I think it is with those shepherd's huts, gypsy caravans, is the way they're built for couples, probably for middle-aged couples. And as far as the light, they're in a car park, the pub, they come and go. And I'm not sure it's to make it worse. I mean, if it was a caravan site when caravans are going in and out, I kind of get it. But it's really, for holidays, people are they're going to come and go and stay there at night, and how lovely it is. They might have a big grub in the pub, they might not. I can't think they're going to be kind of raving on all the night. And I just find it very difficult on policy ground. Much as if I lived close to it, I probably wouldn't want it. But sitting here as a member of the planning committee, I find it very difficult on policy ground, finding too much to go against it.
Right, before we take the vote, Chris, are you able to surmise some draft reasons for refusal if this motion's carried?
Yes, so Councillor Jackson, do correct me if I've got this wrong, but your concerns were loss of amenity to the adjoining neighbours, largely through impacts of noise and disturbance, impact on the national landscape through the sort of well, let me roll this into one, really, which is impact on the national landscape to its sort of character and appearance, its scenic beauty, impact on the night skies, and as part of that, and I've just looked at the policies listed in the report, so HDE1 of the Chew Valley Neighbourhood Plans supports proposals that preserve and do not harm characteristic rural features of the area, and HDE2 provides support for proposals that reflect, conserve and enhance the local distinctive design attributes and characteristics of the relevant settlement. Those are the sort of 2/3 areas of concern that I picked up. Obviously, my recommendation to you is that I don't think those are going to be supported at any appeal, but it is obviously your judgment, and I recommend you go with the officer.
Yeah, it is about the judgment, it's about the tilt of balance, and certainly Compton Martin Parish Council made quite robust notes in their objection. Are you happy with those 2/3 reasons? Yeah, and Councillor Gawley, are you happy with those as well?
Yes, I mean, I think the point that's been made about going against the neighbourhood plan and also the opposition of the parish council is something that I think we should be taking very seriously.
Your point's been noted. All right, we'll go for a vote then. So, Councillor Jackson's put forward a motion to overturn the officer's recommendation for the reasons that have been explained by the officer. Seconded by Councillor Gawley. All those in favour? That's 3 against. And any abstentions? No, we've lost Councillor Crossley. So the recommendation, well, that's been agreed, so plan permission has been refused. Oh, sorry. No. Again, we're having a break shortly. I'll just confirm for the record, planning permission has been granted. No.
We need another motion. The motion's failed.
It's failed. Of course it has.
So you need another motion.
Anybody want to take over the chair for a while? Right, okay. So, Councillor Simon, you want to support the recommendation?
I will move that we delegate permit.
Yes.
Partly so we can include the conditions suggested by Chris about holiday accommodation, and partly for redrafting of the condition that refers to shepherd's huts. The condition, I think, should refer to caravans and treat shepherd huts as a brand name or design or something like that, rather than the permission being for shepherd's huts.
Okay, well, obviously the submission is for shepherd's huts, and that's the material, that's the actual finished design. So I don't know whether caravans necessarily.
I'm sure we can adjust some wording to just get the definition right, or make sure that we're all happy with how they're being referred to.
I think the full wording does actually, that's been suggested by the officer already, actually covers it, because you haven't got the full wording in your presentation, but the full wording on condition 4 of the report, the development works hereby permitted shall only be implemented in accordance with the approved plans, so that will include the list of the plans, which includes the drawings of those shepherd huts. Only 6 shepherd huts hereby approved shall be installed, and no other caravans or chateaux or living accommodation shall be placed on the land. So there is that restriction to prevent any other type of caravan being...
Well, put it in quotes.
Okay.
And the cycle storage, did you want a specific condition on that, even though...
I was, if the lockable cycle arrangements for each caravan, that seems to me a reasonable arrangement.
Right. Yeah, just to clarify, thank you to Dan for finding the reference to that earlier. It is shown on the plans list. It is shown on the approved plans. It's quite difficult to see the side elevation just down on the bottom left-hand corner of this drawing. Has a little square here with an arrow that goes off of the screen. Just where I've cropped the image, this does have an annotation explaining just that. So that should be covered by the plans list already, but I'm sure we can draft up something extra just to make doubly sure.
Have we got a seconder for Councillor Simon's motion, or does anybody else want to say anything? Councillor Hodge, I did see your hand.
Yes, I'd just like the condition on materials to be included that we discussed. Yeah.
Okay. Seconder, anybody? Oh, sorry, Councillor Jackson.
Oh, sorry, Chair, I've forgotten. Is there a condition restricting the number of days somebody can stay in?
Yes, so the recommendation that's been put forward is to delegate to permit, so we can add that condition to the delegated decision if it goes through. Councillor Hughes, then Councillor Warren.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the points. We wouldn't want this to be used as accommodation through the winter for 6-month stays or whatever. The other thing is the noise conditions. I mean, I appreciate there are obviously conditions on the pub. If there were noise complaints from the pub, that could be enforced. Do they cover this aspect of the development as well?
So we're not talking about planning conditions for noise. What I was talking about before was the environmental protection legislation, which covers statutory nuisance. So as with any pub that's causing unreasonable noise late into the night, environmental protection would be able to take action against that, and that would cover in my view, that would cover noise being generated by the shepherd hut part of this site as well. So if they were causing unreasonable noise, that would be able to be reported to our environmental protection team, who would be able to take action.
Okay, well perhaps when they submit their more detailed designs, they could include some detail about sound insulation within these huts, because it is likely to generate noise.
Okay, Councillor Warren.
Yeah, just one more condition if we can, and if Councillor Simon agrees. The Chew Valley Neighbourhood Plan does have a dark skies policy, so I'm just wondering about outside lighting around the huts, whether you could just have very low-level down lighting.
We do have a standard condition we sometimes add to things where this is concerned about requiring no installation of external lighting unless those details are first approved by the local planning authority. We could, because I don't believe, and the case officer will confirm, there's much outdoor lighting shown on the plans currently. So anything additional we could seek to control if you wanted that added to the motion, subject to Councillor Simon's
Well, it's delegate to permit. It's delegate to permit, so it gives the officers flexibility, but I'm quite happy for them to use that flexibility.
Thank you. Still looking for a second, but also Councillor McPhee. You're going to second. Do you want to say anything else on that, or we'll move to the vote? And one final comment from Councillor Jackson.
I just wanted to add another condition, as it's delegate to permit, there is the scope to consider this one. At the moment, electricity is going to be used for everything. I did wonder why this wasn't a suitable place for a heating system or a ground heating system, some district collective, instead of, you know, highly unsustainable use of electricity.
Is there any policy requirements in relation to this kind of use?
This is not a priority area or an opportunity area for district heating, so there's no policy requirement for that in this location.
Okay. Okay, well, hopefully the applicants watching will note if this motion is carried. So Councillor Sam's put forward the motion to delegate to permit, subject to additional conditions. It's been seconded by Councillor McPhee. All those in favour, please. So 6. Those against? I'm presuming we've got an abstention, haven't we, because there's 9 of us. Oh, 7 of us. No, hold on. Paul Crossley left, yes. So it's 7 in favour, 2 against. So that motion's carried and planning permission has been granted. Right, we shall take a break. It's 4 minutes before 4. So can I say maybe come back here at 5 past? Thank you.
questions, but we'll see how we go. So here we are in Midford. The application site is highlighted in red just to the upper left of the map there, Hazel Elm. For anyone knows this area, this is the Two Tunnels Greenway that cuts through the picture top to bottom. So here we are having, with the existing and the proposed site plans, existing on the left, proposed on the right. You can see the square footprint of the existing dwelling here to be replaced with the L shape as shown on the right. The outbuilding, one of the outbuildings to be removed is the garage, which can be seen in the very northern corner of the site here under the tree canopy, to be removed. Floor plans as existing. Nothing annotated in the middle, but a dwelling as you'd expect. Ground and first floor, with those proposed ground and first floor again. So living kitchen utility on the ground floor, bedrooms up on the first floor with bathroom spaces. Elevations as existing on the left, proposed on the right again. So the northeast and the northwest. So you can see the double gable of the existing property with its lean-to roofs at the ground floor level to be replaced with just the single hipped roof on the right-hand side there. The southwest and the southeast elevations. The southwest is the one you would see mainly from the main road itself, with some additional views of the southeast as you approach the site from the south coming up the road. Some photographs from the street, looking down the road in this instance towards the existing property, and then back up the road towards the property. The photograph on the right is taken from the Hope and Anchor car park on the Two Tunnels Greenway itself. You can just about see the property there in amongst the vegetation. Some additional photos from inside the site, front and sides of the building. This one is recommended for refusal for the reasons outlined in the officer report.
Thank you. We'll ask Sarah Tucker and Bob McGrain, the applicant and applicant's agent, to come forward. Are you sharing your 3 minutes? Yes, okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My wife Susan's family lived in Hazel Elm for 64 years. We ourselves live in Midford, overlooking Hazel Elm, and we have a strong attachment to the village, our community and the beautiful surroundings. With Hazel Elm being empty due to the death of my father-in-law, we would love to see a young family living there, but the condition and layout of Hazel Elm is not suitable for modern family living. The rooms are too small, the stairs are too steep, the ceilings are too low, and it's extremely cold and damp due to having thin walls and zero insulation. Regretfully, we concluded that the current property has reached the end of its life and needs to be replaced. However, it is important to us that the replacement property is attractive and in keeping with the village and its surroundings. Before submitting our application, we consulted with all neighbours who overlooked the site to make sure the replacement property would not adversely affect them, which they agreed it will not. We feel that our proposal will visually enhance the location and create a new family home that is fit for generations to come.
Thank you. The proposed designs have been carefully considered by your officers and are found to contribute to Midford and respond to the character of the surrounding area. Other planning matters such as ecology and highways are settled. Renewable energy, sustainable construction and insulation all meet carbon reduction aims. The question before you is whether the dwelling is inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. Firstly, I clarify the volume increase. The officer's report states the volume increase over the existing buildings on the plot is 14%. The architect has reviewed and confirmed the volume increase is 8%. This is without any permitted development allowance. The NPPF does not define materially larger. We strongly contend that 8% is not materially larger in terms of volume. And in terms of visual effects, your landscape officer acknowledged the green belts in his comments and noted that, subject to appropriate mitigation, there will be no unacceptable landscape or visual effects. The most prominent view, as has just been shown, is across the valley from the south, where changes to the front elevation are minimal. The north-east and south-west elevations appear to be the main concern. This is at the back of the house facing into the hill. Views of the back of the house are very localised and seen in context with the neighbouring substantial properties typical of Midford. Relocating volume from around the site will create enough first-floor space at the back of the house for a modern family home. Planting is proposed at the western boundary, which will limit views further. The proposal will create a beautiful, sustainable family home. Midford is a lovely village, and this will lead to a clearer visual enhancement at the site. We hope you will consider the benefits of the replacement dwelling and why it's received local support. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. We have nobody objecting to the proposal, but Councillor Gawley is exercising her right as a ward councillor to publicly support the application, so she'll leave the room as soon as she's made her statement and I'll take no part in the debate or vote. Over to you.
Okay. As ward councillor for Bath in the South, I'm speaking to support the McGrain family in their efforts to build a new family home that's fit for purpose for 21st century living. It will enhance the village and the green belt in which it is situated. This is to replace an old, tired, poorly built, cold, impractical house dating from a time before inside bathrooms were standard, with cramped bedrooms leading from one to the other in the eaves and the kitchen stuck in a lean-to. This new house will be warm, well insulated with solar panels on the roof and the garden wall. It's been designed carefully to minimise the impact on neighbours, for example, with fewer windows at the back than currently. It is designed in a traditional style which aims to reuse the rubble stone and clay tiles that can be recovered. Seen from Old Midford Road, the front and side elevations will have a similar massing to the current house. The side and back elevations are larger, but minimised by digging into the hillside and shielded by trees and vegetation to the north and east. Hazel Elm has long views over the Midford Valley to Midford Lane and the B3110. It will be visible, but will fit well within the larger landscape. There has been a misunderstanding about the volumes, with various figures quoted. The house will be built on the existing footprint with the two-storey bit at the back. I have been assured that the total volume increase is only 8%. It includes volume from the single-storey lean-to, the dilapidated garden buildings which will be demolished. The question is whether this could be regarded as significantly larger and therefore harmful to the green belt. But I think it could be considerably less harmful than permitted development rights in the green belt of 30% for an extension. This has been a long consultation process, and the family and their architects have listened to comments and amended their plans accordingly. There has been support from this project from neighbours and the parish council as recently as the January meeting which I attended, and from all relevant officers except the case officer. I think it's important to encourage attractive, appropriate homes designed to meet current and future needs to attract more families into the rural areas. Midford is fortunate to have buses and a great pub, so it could be regarded as a sustainable village. What the McGrains, who live just up the road, are trying to do here is admirable, to create a modern, practical home for a new family, and I am happy to support them.
Thank you, Councillor Gawley. We'll just let you leave the room and then we'll take questions of the officer. And we won't forget you and we'll invite you back at the next item. Okay. Do we have any questions for Angus? Yes, please, Toby. Councillor Simon.
Materials, what's it going to look like? I think Councillor Gawley mentioned recovered rubble stone, which would be normal for that village, but do we have a schedule of materials, and is there a materials, I should have checked, a materials condition?
Well, it's been recommended for refusal, isn't it? So there are no conditions. Okay. Councillor Jackson. There are no conditions yet, so obviously.
Right.
Oh, sorry. Oh, apologies. Again, it's getting late. Yeah, what were the materials proposed?
Sorry, I'm just having a quick flick through the officer report that was handed to me. I don't see reference of the materials themselves, just that the design and character of the appearance of the dwelling, you know, forgetting about the greenbelt for a moment, the character of the new building, has been considered acceptable. Just from the drawings, I would put my assumption forward that it's a local stone, rubble stone or ashlar. You can see some artwork showing the brick, showing the stone with coin stone detailing and window sill stones as well. But that's just a guess from me at the moment.
To assist in the application form, it says the proposed materials are reclaimed clay pantiles, natural stone, coarse random rubble, painted timber for the windows and painted timber for the doors. Obviously, if there were to be a move to approve the application, then we would seek to control that through condition.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
So, I mean, looking at those drawings there, from what we can discern of the proposed dwelling, it would fit perfectly, well, to my knowledge, it would fit perfectly within the village. It's not glaringly modernistic or glass panelled or anything like that.
Leading to a question?
Well, now wait a minute. So my question is, could we go back to the photograph of the existing building that's there? I thought there was one that was closer up and sort of showed a sheet. That's the one I'm talking about. So my question is, does the same rule apply in the green belt as applies in a conservation area, that if a development is going to conserve, preserve and enhance, it's acceptable because it would seem that what is proposed might be more satisfactory than what we've already got there. So do the same rules apply? And secondly, it seems from what Councillor Gurley said that there's a bit of confusion about the volume increase, and I wondered if the officer could explain exactly how much greater the new house is going to be than what we're looking at there.
Yeah, first question, the Greenbelt legislation doesn't set a similar set of rules as conservation areas do for conserving and enhancing. It's really the test of generally disproportionate additions for extensions, or in this case, replacement dwellings being materially larger. That's the test that we're working with for Greenbelt, but of course we have our design, character and appearance policies in our local plan that we should be applying to almost all applications anyway at the same time.
That the 1948 legislation that it should not be more than a third bigger doesn't apply anymore, or what?
That would apply for an extension to the dwelling. What's being proposed here is the replacement of a building. That has the different legislation. Just to clarify, it's where it should be no materially larger than the one it replaces. So it doesn't have that acceptability of about a third that an extension might.
Thank you. Councillor Hodge.
Yeah, so the key policy point seems to be materially larger. I just want to be, I'm very grateful that you've put the existing and proposed side by side here, because it was quite hard to look at that from what was on the portal because they were all separate. It's hard to gain an impression of the proposed in terms of the size in the landscape in relation to the existing. And I note the percentages are either the officer's 14% increase or 8%, but that's not relevant as a percentage, but to give you an impression of the increase overall in volume. And yet the officer finds that the increase in two-storey built form is about 79%, 80%. So almost kind of approaching double. The original building seems to be two-storey. So I'm just trying to envisage where, is it the bit projecting out at the back that is creating the materially larger?
Summary answer, yes, but also the proposal, the site as existing has the single-storey outbuilding for the garage. I believe it's a garage at the north of the site, which is being removed. That accounts for some, low-level volume as existing, as well as the single-storey sort of lean-to hipped additions that you can see around the property on some of the other photographs. But yes, your statement there is correct. The main new volume up at the first floor is that first floor extension.
So that does mean, doesn't it, that the two-storey element isn't 79% bigger in itself. It's because it's composed of the first floor bits that have gone in. Yeah.
Yes, I think I'm understanding your question correctly, and I think that's yes.
And the second point I wanted to say, because there's no, I noticed in the historic landscape report that they didn't object on provided there was mitigations in terms of hedging to the west and the north. Sorry, I know these are difficult questions, but in the speech they mentioned hedging to the west. I just wondered if that's in the plans, hedging to the west and the north to mitigate any visual impacts. And if we were to permit, I'd like to see that in. Again, the drawings are a bit difficult to tell.
Yeah,
They're
no, that's
not
absolutely
labelled.
fine. I'm not certain, again. The site plan, it's easier for me to see on a much smaller screen here than it is for you. There's a little, there's some more hedging proposed along the boundary of the house here, up on both sides, on the west side of the house, northwest and southwest. I wonder if that's what they're referring to specifically. But yes, I mean, the officer hasn't raised a concern where landscape is concerned in terms of landscape character, but that is separate to Greenbelt consideration.
Councillor Simon.
I'm minded to move delegation to permit. As part of the question.
Okay, all right. Caught me out there.
I'd welcome advice on whether the reason for delegating to permit should be grounded on a judgment that it's not materially larger, since there aren't numbers on that, and we would take our own view, or that there are very special circumstances in the need to replace a house which is sustainable. Is there advice about which of those grounds for delegating permit might be the more sustainable?
So, in effect, you've alighted upon the two possible routes to delegating to permit. And you could use either. So you just need to be clear in your reasoning for which one you go for. So you could come to the conclusion, so it's not officer's recommendation, but you could come to the conclusion that the development is not materially larger. I think there's obviously you have to take account of the volume increase, but also the spatial visual aspects, and you could come to a different view to the officer on that, and then the proposal would be appropriate development in the Greenbelt. You wouldn't need to go any further than that. Alternatively, if you did think it was materially larger and felt that you couldn't justify saying it isn't, then you would need to demonstrate very special circumstances. That is, in policy terms, a very high bar in the Greenbelt, and the courts have helpfully sort of said that very special means very special. It doesn't mean just any old reason. So it's up to you, but that's the advice.
Councillor Jackson.
Can I ask one follow-up question? How many bedrooms are provided for in the current and in the proposed?
I'm not certain as existing, as they're not annotated on these plans. Proposed is 4.
Okay, I know the applicant's already spoken. I did see a hand gesture. I don't know if I'm able to sort of tell you how many bedrooms there are in the existing or not. Councillor Jackson.
I'm assuming, am I right, that the officer who made the recommendation to refuse was working on the principle that all development in the Greenbelt is of its because it's development in the Greenbelt, are not allowed except unless there are exceptional circumstances. Was that the premise, that all development you can't is unacceptable,
yes,
unless there are exceptional circumstances?
Yes, sort of. So the NPPF, National Planning Policy Framework, puts forward that construction of new buildings in the Greenbelt is unacceptable. So that's our starting point. Paragraphs, I believe it's 154, if I'm quoting the right number, puts forward some exceptions to that rule, where some of these examples may be found appropriate. One of those is, as we've touched on a bit earlier here, is the replacement of buildings.
Sorry, I can't quite hear. Can you?
Is the replacement of buildings if they're not materially larger. So with the Greenbelt, the starting point is that the construction of new buildings is unacceptable unless it meets some of the exceptions as set out.
Well, I was going to suggest, as the exceptional circumstances, that the replacement of this building would help us on our journey to net zero. In other words, it would greatly reduce the carbon footprint of this dwelling, because an older house is very, very difficult to insulate. So that's the first thing, reduction of carbon footprint. And secondly, the visual amenity to everybody who can see it will be greatly enhanced. I mean,
so as I interpret that as a question, a new dwelling would be more sustainable in terms of its construction? Yes.
A positive material consideration for sure, but would it be a very special circumstance? That's something we would generally find to be not a very special circumstance, as the enlargement of a dwelling wouldn't be necessary to make those enhancements. You know, a dwelling of the same size could come forward that has the same enhancement, but that's a balanced consideration. You might come to a different conclusion, but that, in my experience, that's generally how that has been approached.
Any more questions?
Another question is, we haven't got, have we, and I'm pretty sure we haven't, but I don't know, any policy about the demography of villages. I mean, having a young family would be a great advantage, but I don't think we've got any sort of planning policy about getting a mixed demographic in rural areas, or
Not specifically. There is a policy that does seek a mix of housing tenures, generally applied to larger scale developments where you have multiple houses being put forward on a particular site, but nothing that would really apply to development of this nature.
Are we ready to move on to discuss the application? Yes. Who wants to go first? Councillor Simon.
Okay, since I've flagged it up, I'll move to delegate permit, and I think I'll ground it on the basis that this property, although larger at second floor level, is not materially larger, taken overall as a family dwelling, a small and compact family dwelling, rather than an extensive push at what's on the site. So I think we can conclude that we'll exercise our judgment. It's not materially larger.
It's not materially larger.
And
yeah.
I would like to see a strong materials condition among the conditions included.
Anyone like to second that motion? Councillor Jackson. Yes.
I'll second it for the reasons that I've already given as exceptional circumstances.
Okay. Well,
and I agree with Councillor Simon about conditions of material.
Okay. As has been suggested by the officer, essentially, if we feel it's not materially larger, we don't need to go down the avenue of exceptional circumstances. If on our judgment, our balance, we feel that it isn't more significant and it is going to be a sustainable family dwelling within the village, then that's all we need to justify in overturning the recommendation. Councillor Hughes. And the buses go straight, and there's a pub down the road. Yes, Councillor Hughes.
Assuming that we've come to that conclusion, I'm really not clear why we need to delegate a permit. If we come to the conclusion that it's
But
not.
we have to because of the conditions. The officers need to go away and formulate the conditions on that one.
I mean, at the end of the day, we've got a property here that's, we're bringing back into use a property that's not fit for purpose. So at some point, common sense has to prevail.
Councillor Hodge, then Councillor Malloy.
Just so the delegation seems important with the materials condition.
Yeah, okay, that's been made clear. Councillor Malloy.
Yes, I think I can go along with that, but I just wanted to make the point that overall, generally speaking, I think we should be encouraging the renovation of old buildings rather than their demolition and replacement, however good the new buildings are. I know it's a kind of balancing act, but anyway, I'm happy to go along with a delegate to permit in this case, just to say that's perhaps a bigger discussion that we... it has been suggested, I can't remember if it was Transition Bath here or Bath Preservation Trust, one of them was suggesting that it would be interesting to have a kind of analysis of the embodied carbon, that is to kind of weigh up the pros and the cons of saving a building and working on improving its sustainability longer term, and actually demolishing it and starting from scratch. Certainly, any new buildings that we do build, we should be planning for them to be there a very long time and have strategies for, you know, replacing parts of them that need to be replaced, rather than having to knock them down in 100 years' time and start again. But Anyway, but that's not a requirement at the moment, is it? So
Yeah. Okay. Well, we
Doesn't affect
we note your caution there. We'll go to the vote. So it was Councillor Simon who put forward the motion to delegate to permit. That has been seconded by Councillor Jackson. All those in favour? 8. Anyway, that's none against, and in that case, the planning permission has been granted. Congratulations. Okay. If somebody could go and ask Councillor Gawley to come back into the room, we can move on to the next item, which is that you again, Angus? This is for Lakeview in Stoke Hill, Chew Stoke. We'll just wait for Councillor Gawley to come back into the room. She's just outside, thank you. Thank you. Right, when you're ready, Angus.
Thank you. Yeah, so last one from me this afternoon. So item number 6, we're in Lakeview to the south of Chew Stoke. So this is for the erection of some rear extensions to a dwelling. Some contextual image on the left. You can just about see the bottom of Chew Stoke to the north, and then obviously with one of the lakes there to the southeast. The property itself is Lakeview, just situated off of the main road here. Site plans as existing and as proposed. You can see the main dwelling in the middle of the site with a detached, for now, garage just to its upper right. And as proposed, you can see the rear extensions to the dwelling and a former link extension to the garage would create one continuous development between the buildings. Elevations as existing of the property and then the garage, front and rear, and as from the side as well, sorry. As the garage is kind of corner-to-corner relationship with the dwelling, the elevations are slightly different. So as proposed, the front and rear, the main thing to note on the front elevation is now the continuous development between the buildings in filling this gap here at a 2-storey level. At the rear, the single-storey extension is this one here. You can just about see some red dashed lines on the plans. Please do try and ignore those for this presentation. It's the extension with colour that we're looking at here, single-storey rear extension with the lantern roof light. And as viewed from the side, you can see the rear extension with the flat roof and then the lantern roof light. And then just behind it, you can see the side profile of the 2-storey element coming off of the garage. The ground and first floor plans as proposed. I haven't shown you the whole building, there's a lot of detail to see, but I've just snipped it and zoomed in on the element being proposed here. So the ground floor and then the 2-storey rear extension showing for the first floor here, providing access to the first floor of the garage. So a bit of background on this one before I go too much further. So this one is in the Greenbelt. Some concerns have been raised locally about the volume increase for this property exceeding that which we may consider to be proportionate, or about a third. That is acknowledged. The very special circumstances case which we have assessed hinges on 2 previous applications on this site. One is a 2012 permission which was granted for the original garage. This included a glazed link addition to the side, which was never built, but as the garage itself has been built, this permission is considered to have commenced and is extant. That glazed addition can lawfully still come forward today if they so wish. This is the plan from 2012 showing the garage. We're familiar with the garage now, but the link showing with the glass roof here to the side is that extant bit of development which could still come forward. In addition, there was a certificate of lawfulness last year for a single-storey rear extension, as shown on the plan. This was found lawful against the permitted development criteria, and it lawfully can be built today. On elevational view, it looks very familiar. It's this single-storey rear addition with the lantern roof light shown on the rear and its side profile. So this permission now seeks to combine these two elements, which both can come forward, which is the position we have taken. It does obviously involve the modification of the permitted materials and design of that two-storey link extension, but there is no volume or massing increase above that old permission. So you can see the comparison plans as above. And then from the rear, you can see them again. The glazed element forming this two-storey element as proposed, and then the single-storey lawful addition, again coming forward in its identical form, really. Some photographs of the site showing the garage just from the driveway, with the main house there to the left, and again from the rear. And this one is recommended for permission.
Mr. Cook, you're already in situ, so if you want to address the committee, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your time today, everybody. By way of introduction, I'm one of the applicants along with my wife Anna. We live at Lakeview with our 2 boys, and our parents, ageing parents, are up in Yorkshire, and they're sort of frequently with us. That kind of love to hate sort of need to accommodate when they arrive are our sort of familial circumstances. We purchased Lakeview in 2021, and as Angus was saying, fully accept that prior to our arrival, the property's already been extended by what would typically be considered reasonable, and therefore today we're talking about the very special circumstances argument that the case officer put forward, and I'm grateful for such a clear synopsis. The very special circumstances inevitably involve a sort of increase in size beyond that which is there already, and I just want to make the point that we're kind of not hungry for footprint's sake. You know, the property's been extended over time in quite a piecemeal fashion, and I'm sort of somewhat embarrassed to articulate these as problems or issues, because they're not. They're wonderful problems to have in life, but you, as it stands at the moment, you kind of come through the front door and you fall straight into the living room, which is where all the shoes and the coats and everything end up piling up. The dining room's in what feels like it should be the hallway, the utility room's in the wrong place, and it's just this sort of organic nature of the development over the last number of years that we've inherited. So we've been in the property for 4 years now. We've been sort of carefully considering how, if at all, we would change it. We've been through what we think has been a thoughtful and considered pre-application process. We've had sort of full dialogue and productive dialogue with the case officer in order to arrive at the scheme that's in front of you today. I think, in essence, by virtue of a combination of the existing planning permission for that glazed extension and the permitted development rights and the certificate of lawfulness that we've secured, we can essentially build what we want to sort of improve the flow. Means when the grandparents stay, we don't have to kick them into the garden for them to get to the bedroom, which is above the garage. Everything starts to feel in the right place. We can do all that, but the reality is we would prefer to do it better, which is kind of why this application is in front of you today. Principally, I suppose that glazed roof area we don't feel is in keeping, and we would much prefer to build what we can with sort of the same reclaimed roof tiles and a roof window as opposed to...
Just sum up, please, now we've come to the 3 minutes. Okay, so yeah, in closing, you know, the fallback position of being able to construct what's proposed, we think, are what constitute the very special circumstances. I'm extremely grateful for the meticulous and well-reasoned sort of policy arguments that the case officer puts forward. Both he and we believe that the
permission should be granted on the grounds of very special circumstances, and we hope the committee is able to agree.
Thank you very much for that. Right, we have got no one else speaking on this application, so has anybody got a question for Angus in regard to this? Just to clarify, when you're arguing, we discussed special circumstances in the last application, and obviously it wasn't applying then, but it seems to be applying now. I'm just wondering, would it be more material consideration in special circumstances that, you know, there's a planning history, so actually the building extensions aren't going to be materially larger than what's been approved?
Could you clarify how you're differentiating between material consideration and very...
Well, I mean, obviously the planning history is a material consideration, isn't it? But is it directly... Do we need to go down the route of exceptional circumstances when, you know, the first point about it being a material consideration could justify the application in the Greenbelt?
It is a material consideration. We do need to go down the very special circumstances route because the property has already been extended beyond that proportionate threshold, and further extension at this point is just going to be disproportionate cumulatively. So we do need to go down that route.
Anybody else got a question? Councillor Jackson?
Question I was going to move on.
Right, we'll have no more questions then. We'll go to the debate unless Councillor Gawley wants to ask a question.
Can you go back and do one of the other elevations? Just, I mean, it's clearer there to see there's the glass, there's the spiral staircase, and there's presumably the bottom one is what's proposed now. And the top one is the glass proposal, and the one at the bottom is the one that's proposed now.
Madam. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. That's what you've done.
Oh, okay.
I've seen it. Great.
Right, any discussion or... Sorry.
Sorry, I've just got another question about the glazed link becoming a kind of a joined up area on 2 floors. So glazed links are usually included for a reason, to maintain the separation between the 2 properties in the you know, often listed patchy extensions, but this isn't listed obviously. Was there any particular relevance of that glaze, you know, just having a glazed link in the local context, you know, not making a bigger property in the, whereas now we've got something that makes it look like a much bigger property?
I'm not sure if that was part of the 2012 consideration. Obviously our policy situation has changed quite a lot in the last 13 years now, actually. It is a relevant consideration today if you think that the change from the glazed link to the new design, if the change of materials, if the change of its form does increase its visual prominence within the Greenbelt, that is a consideration you can give. It's not one shared by myself as part of this assessment, but that is certainly a consideration.
Ollie?
Sorry, I left my thing. Is this area dark skies?
It is national landscape.
I'm just thinking
yes,
a glazed link actually
remember.
is not as good as having a more solid link in that instance, because it could be blazing out day and night, couldn't it?
Yes, I mean, it is in the national landscape. It is a very rural setting. Regardless if it's in the dark skies or not, I would agree.
Anybody else before we move on? Okay, so Councillor Jackson, did you want to put forward a motion?
I was going to propose that we adopt the officer's recommendation to permit, and I think one reason I would give is that, as the applicant said, it's been a sort of hodgepodge of development, and there is still further development that could be done under planning consents, but this application will give it a coherence, whatever the use of the building, because we have to remember that the people who occupy the building might change, but it will make the whole a whole, give it coherence and visual amenity. But I mean, the officer's done a perfectly good job, and I'm...
Councillor Warren, you're going to second.
Happy to second.
So the recommendation is to support the officer's recommendation. Sorry, the motion is to support the officer's recommendation, which is to permit. That's been seconded. Put forward by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Warren. All those in favour? So that's unanimous, and planning permission has been granted, and thank you for waiting so long to have your application determined. And we'll move on very swiftly to the next one in that case, which is St Anthony's in Corston, and Chris is the officer, so we'll how are we fixed for another break? Do you want to deal with this application before we deal with the last two? Yeah, okay. Yes, yeah, we can do. Just to save, I'd like to say just to save time, would you mind coming to the speakers area? Thank you. We're just waiting to set up the screen, so I do apologise for the slight delay. I'm thinking that. Shall we have a 5-minute break now? Yes, thank you.
Item number 7 before the committee today is an application for the erection of a dwelling within the settlement of Corston. First of all, the site location plan shown on the left there. As you can see, there's other dwellings in the immediate vicinity. That was the site location plan submitted with the application. I've also shown on the right-hand side a bit of a wider view of the settlement of Corston. The site, as well as the existing dwelling, is shown in the red triangle, and the black line is the housing development boundary. That also broadly follows the infill boundary, which is within which policy GB2 is considered to be acceptable. So a couple of pictures taken from the submitted landscape assessment. The first one on the left there is of the existing dwelling taken from the street which is called the Barton. The second one is taken from elsewhere in the settlement across the open piece of land, and you can see the existing dwelling kind of in the middle of the shot there against the woodland. So the site is located within the green belt. Corston's a settlement which is overwashed by the green belt, and the site also forms the landscape setting of the settlement. So these are some photos that I took on a site visit. Obviously they show the existing dwelling and are broadly taken from where the dwelling would be situated, the proposed dwelling that is. You can see there are quite significant views out from the site, which obviously mean that the site's also quite prominent on the hillside there. There is a little bit of landscape screening already. And moving on to the proposed elevations, so the dwelling is very similar in its character to that which is already on the site. It's going to have a pitched roof, be of fairly similar kind of scale and massing and form, and is appropriately detailed in terms of its fenestration and elevations. The floor plans of the dwelling included for completeness, as well as quite a helpful section of the site there, which shows the dwelling in the context of the existing one. So it will be set further up the hillside than the existing dwelling, therefore is slightly taller, but it is kind of not inappropriate in its siting there. A couple of the main concerns which have come through from the application initially was the design of the dwelling and the kind of landscape impact, as well as the biodiversity net gain position. So the site is wooded in part at the moment, and the development will involve the loss of some of those trees. During the course of the application, we've worked with the applicant to make sure that an appropriate amount of replacement planting is provided. This will also help the landscape setting of the site, and in due course, once they grow to maturity, help re-establish that kind of landscape feature. In terms of biodiversity net gain, the proposed dwelling is self-build, so there's no requirement for a net gain. We just want to make sure there's no net loss of biodiversity, and that's achieved through the replacement planting as well. Following those discussions with the applicant and the amendments to the scheme, it's my view that the scheme is wholly compliant with all of our policies, our national policies, and therefore the officer's recommendation is to permit the scheme subject to conditions.
Thank you very much. To save time, you're already in position, our speakers, so we have John Blake, the architect, and Mark Cholwood, the applicant. Are you sharing your 3 minutes between you? Okay, so whenever you're ready, if you want to make your statement. Press the microphone. Right inside, that's it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My wife and I, together with our 2 sons, have lived in Corston Village for 6 years now. I very much enjoy the lifestyle Corston has to offer. Our current house, St Anthony's, is a large 5-bedroom house. Now that our 2 sons have recently flown the nest, my wife and I would like to stay living in Corston, but downsize to a smaller dwelling. If planning permission is granted, our intention is to build the proposed 3-bedroom property, sell St Anthony's and move into the new property, so fulfilling our desire to downsize and yet remain living in the village. We propose to plant a considerable number of trees and hedges along the northern boundary of the new garden and between St Anthony's and the new dwelling. By moving into the proposed dwelling, we would ensure that the ecological gain will be both nurtured and maintained.
I'm the architect. There are 2 main concerns expressed by the Parish Council, who are the only objectors to the proposal. Firstly, that it will have an impact on the dwellings in the conservation area on Corston Lane and Ashton Hill, and secondly, that it does not fall into the category of infill development in the village that is washed over by the green belt. Regarding the concerns about impact on neighbouring properties, the nearest houses on Corston Lane and Ashton Hill are over 100 metres away, and whilst there might be a minor impact on the private views from these houses, the impact on the public areas of the conservation area are minimal, as confirmed by the landscape report. We believe it is significant that there have been no letters of objection to this application from members of the public. Regarding the infill nature of this application, a few years ago I was involved in designing a new house on the opposite side of the Barton, between an existing house at Lower Meadow and a house within the original grounds of Hill House on the top of the hill. At the time, it was put forward as an infill development, even though, like this current proposal, it does not have direct access off the Barton. Outline consent was granted for it in 2010, and you can see it on the location plan. It was with this in mind that we decided to take a pre-application advice as to whether this proposal to build a house on the land between St Anthony's and Hill House would also be considered to be an infill development. It was confirmed by your planning department in March 2023 that the proposal was considered to accord with the definition of limited infill within a village and was appropriate development within the green belt. It was therefore decided to go ahead and prepare full designs, obtain specialist ecology advice, energy and tree reports, etc., and submit the application that is now before you. We consequently hope that you will now go with the advice of your officers and approve this application.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hounsell, as ward member, wishes to speak, so I'll invite him to address the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. This application was first lodged in 2023 and a decision needs to be made. I welcome the revisions made by the applicant to the original application. You may be familiar with the village shop in Corston Lane. The Barton is a side road nearly opposite the shop which rises until 2 pillars are reached with an open gate. St Anthony's itself is a relatively new build with access immediately before those pillars. The Barton continues as a narrow lane and rises ever more steeply. The Barton is an eclectic mix of types of houses of all ages and architectural styles, all generally well spaced out, and many have large plots. Corston Parish Council has objected to this application based on concern that this is backland development and questions whether it preserves and enhances landscape character, local distinctiveness and the conservation area. I have respect for Corston Parish Council and the care it takes in planning matters. However, I do not agree with its objections in this case. The case officer sets out why this application can be considered as infilling within a village, and being familiar with the location, I agree with the officer. I also do not agree with the Parish Council's concerns about the effect on landscape character, distinctiveness and the impact on the conservation area. Firstly, landscape character. There's little localised impact. Even from a distance, the site blends into the landscape. I mentioned the mix of housing styles in the Barton, and so there's no impact on distinctiveness. It will complement the existing adjacent dwelling, which is of a similar architectural style. There is no street scene as we would understand it. There's little or no view to other properties further up the Barton, and so there's negligible impact on the conservation area. The site sits alongside a steep footpath with high fencing, and the terrace would face across a large field in the direction of Ashton Hill. Once past this fencing, there are magnificent open views to Bath in the distance, which will not be affected by this development. The proposed development will also be screened by trees. The terrain is steep, very steep, but St Anthony's itself demonstrates that a sizable new property can be built out successfully on this steep terrain. I note that only the parish council has raised objections, but no individual local resident. I believe this application is policy compliant. I believe it will contribute to Bain's housing targets and will bring welcome small-scale development to Corston Village. I ask you to support this application and agree with the officer recommendation to permit, subject to the conditions set out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hansel. Would anybody like to ask a question of the officer? Any questions? Do you want to move to the debate? I've got one hand there and another hand here. Councillor Warren?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think this is a great application. In some ways, it's a shame this has come to committee because it caused added stress to the applicants, and actually everything's within policy. It's just what we need. We need more houses, and if you can do it without cutting up new fields, then fantastic. It's no harm to anybody. It only does a good job, really, and I'm very happy to move the officer's recommendations.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jackson, did you want to speak?
Well, I've sort of got one question, which I don't know if the officer can answer. My sons are 37 and 35 respectively, and they've still got an awful lot of stuff in my house. So the question is, how do you persuade your birds to fly the nest? But seriously, I support this application, and I'd be happy to second the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Gorley.
It was actually, I missed the moment of questions, but it was really just a question of how would the new building overlook the existing building? Now, I mean, the gentleman lives there, so presumably it's designed not, but I'm just wondering about the proximity of them and how much space they each have in that area, and because it's further up the hill, is it going to overlook it?
Yep, so residential amenity is something that we've carefully considered during assessment of the application. In terms of the elevation, which is going to front the neighbouring property, that is the east elevation, which is shown in the top right corner there. As you can see, there is no windows on that elevation fronting towards the neighbour.
Anybody else before we go to a vote? So on that basis, Councillor Warren's put forward a motion to support the recommendation, subject to permit, subject to conditions. Seconded by Councillor Jackson. All those in favour? That's unanimous, so planning permission has been granted. Next application is item 8. It is Newley Farm in Bathampton. I'll let Chris do his presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Number 8 on the agenda is an application for the erection of 2 agricultural storage buildings at Newley Farm. This time the site is located within the Greenbelt and also within Flood Zone 2. So just for context, a map showing where Newley Farm is. So the big green line there is the Bath Eastern Bypass. So it's kind of just nestled in between there and the River Avon. There's an existing farm complex which comprises of several buildings. So here we have existing and proposed block plans. In terms of the buildings proposed, one of them is a rectangular building. Can't show my cursor on the screen. This building here. And then the second one is a L-shaped building, which is located just here amongst other existing buildings. So elevations of the L-shaped building first. So typically agricultural in its appearance. It's going to have timber boarded sides beneath a metal roof. And the second one here, which again is timber boarding beneath a metal roof. you'll see that the maximum height of this building is 5 metres, and the maximum height of this building is 4 metres, so they're not particularly tall in terms of agricultural buildings generally. They're certainly of a lesser height than other buildings on the site. So in terms of how visual they would be, this is a view taken from the opposite side of the river on slightly higher ground, taken towards the farm complex. So you can see the buildings are already visible within the landscape there. In terms of the scale and appearance of the proposed buildings, there wouldn't be any kind of materially greater impact, in my opinion. And another picture, again taken from slightly higher ground on the bypass there. You can see the existing agricultural buildings, and what's proposed would assimilate with those quite comfortably, in my opinion. So the site's within the green belt. It's acceptable on that basis because it's agricultural buildings, and the other kind of constraint is flood zone. We've undertaken a sequential test and come to the conclusion that there is no preferable siting for these buildings within the farm complex, and therefore kind of moving through the stages with the assessment of flood risk, we've come to the conclusion that it's acceptable for them to be sited there, provided that they're of a floodable design. So essentially they're allowed to flood if there's a flood event. Before I come on to that, I'll just highlight, I've been asked to explain, because there is a little bit of a complicated planning history on this site. Members may be aware that there was a prior approval application a short while ago, which didn't come to committee. The reason for that was because the scheme of delegation within Bath and North East Somerset states that any applications that are of a time-critical nature, so if a decision is not made before the date of the target date for determination, permission is automatically granted. So for that reason, the application wasn't brought before the committee. This application is coming to committee because the applicant is related to a council member. As set out within the report, the scheme is considered to be policy compliant and is therefore recommended for permission subject to the conditions outlined.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, thank you for explaining the procedure. The prior approval essentially already had planning permission, and it was determined under the General Permitted Development Order. This application is being determined under the General Development Procedure Order, and obviously scheme of delegations, because it isn't time critical, and obviously because of who the applicant is, that's why it's come to committee, and that's why the previous one didn't. Okay, I've got a speaker. Is it Councillor Audrey from Bathampton Parish Council? Oh, hello. Are you're from Bathampton? Yes, okay. Now, I did allow you to come and address the committee, even though you missed the deadline. I just think it's reasonable in the interest of transparency that the Parish Council will give the opportunity to address the committee. So if you'd like to take the chair. Hey, and it's the right-hand button when you're ready. Thank you.
Bathampton Parish Council responded with no objection to the application 24/03673/ADCOU for the barn conversion on the basis that there was no longer as much demand for storage and that any storage could be managed in existing buildings. We did not expect an application for new buildings on the site and would have objected to that application if it had been known. We do not feel it would be appropriate to add yet more buildings to this site. We now understand that the National Trust intend to buy the farm fields, which seems to negate any requirement for barns to accommodate farm business.
Okay, thank you. You had longer, but that's very kind of you to keep it so short. So, have we got any questions for the officer on this application? Sure, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So I think looking back at the previous applications, a lot of the agricultural buildings are being converted to holiday lets. So how many of the buildings that exist on the site now are agricultural rather than accommodation?
Do you know that off the top of your head?
I don't know that off the top of my head. What I do know is the application that was subject to the most recent prior approval application. When I visited the site, it was being used for the storage of tractors and other agricultural machinery and implements. During the course of that application, we established that the site was in ongoing agricultural use. It's principally used for the making of haylage and silage, and extends to in the region of 8.5 hectares. So my assessment of that is that there is still a legitimate agricultural enterprise in existence on the site. It's reasonable that they would need a building to store their agricultural equipment. In terms of the kind of planning history, I appreciate that to a fair-minded observer, there does seem to be a pattern of buildings being erected and then converted. That is legitimate in terms of kind of a planning strategy. The government's intention in writing the prior approval legislation is to facilitate dwellings in rural locations, which don't constitute building on kind of new fields, reuse of appropriate buildings, and also to diversify for agricultural enterprises. There is no requirement in that legislation for buildings to be redundant or surplus to use. If there was, and that was the intention, then it would be written in the legislation. So I think I appreciate, the character of the planning history, but what we have to focus on in this instance is the facts of the application before us as they're presented, rather than kind of hypothesising any further. But to return to your question, I'm satisfied that there is at least one agricultural building on the site at the minute.
Second question.
I think where I was trying to get to, and I think you partially answered the question. I think we had an earlier application where we established that agricultural buildings, they need to demonstrate the scale and size is proportionate to the need of the farm. So you're happy that this meets it's proportionate and meets the need of a farming use rather than a holiday let use.
So in terms of the size of the buildings, the applicant has set out in their submission that the floor space of those buildings is no larger than the agricultural building that they're proposing to convert under the prior approval. So I am satisfied that the buildings, as they're presented, it's saying they're for agricultural buildings. There's no reason for me to come to a different conclusion other than that they'll be used for agricultural purposes.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
I think, and I'm sorry, I'm going to go against my own bit and rattle on a bit now. I think probably, I was with Sean then wondering, but I think we probably got confused. It used to have to be redundant buildings, where not now, is that correct? But just going on from where we are now, could this not have come underneath the 13 agricultural policy?
This application could potentially have come forward under agricultural permitted development rights. Agricultural enterprises do benefit from permitted development rights for the erection of buildings. That's a choice that the applicant can make, whether they choose to utilise those permitted development rights or submit an application for planning permission. Given the application for planning permission has been presented to us, I haven't explored whether the buildings would in fact be permitted development under a section of the General Permitted Development Order.
So just a question then, if that's a fallback position, that would be a material consideration?
I wouldn't advise members to consider that as a fallback position at this point in time, just because we haven't assessed whether exactly it would meet with the permitted development criteria.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I appreciate I got you on the hop there. Any more questions? Yeah.
Just one more. So, do we have conditions, or are we able to put conditions in place to ensure that this doesn't come back in 6 months' time for a conversion to holiday lets?
So, in terms of the development proposed, it is in the description of development that it is agricultural storage buildings. Any other use would require either a fresh planning permission for change of use or an application under prior approval for, again, the change of use. So there's no flexibility within the permission for an alternative use to agricultural. Any application that came forward would need to be assessed on its own merits at that time, and we'd have to determine the acceptability of that proposal. In terms of kind of whether we should attach a condition or kind of any other restriction on the use, I would say that firstly, given planning permission would be required anyway for those alternative uses, it wouldn't be necessary to attach any sort of condition like that. And also, given we've found the application to be acceptable in planning policy terms for the use which is proposed, for the development that's proposed, again, attaching a condition isn't necessary to make the development as proposed acceptable in planning terms. So I would suggest it's not appropriate to attach a condition.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions, or shall we move on? Okay, anybody got anything they want to say on this application? And obviously, we do have to look at it on its merits as agricultural buildings, so that is in terms of the appropriateness of these buildings in the green belt, and obviously the other considerations relating to their design and immunity impact. So anybody want to comment? Yes, Councillor McPhee.
To permit?
Thank you. And Councillor Gawley?
It's a second.
Right, so we have a motion to support the officer recommendation. No suggestions for any additional conditions, so it would be delegated to permit. Anybody else want to speak before we take a vote? Councillor Jackson, you okay? Yep, anything to say?
Well, no, I'm just miffed off once again. It's not cross-party support for this resolution. No, seriously, I was going to second, and I think we should vote and pass.
We don't talk politics in planning committees, of course. Right, all those in favour of supporting the recommendation or the motion? That's 8, so that's unanimous. Permission's been granted. Thank you. We have one more application. Thanks for your time, Chris. Ruth's just left as well. As we've already considered item 9 on the main agenda in the morning, the appeals report, this is the last item of the day. So, just wait for the whole to set up. Okay, you're on the screen. Are you ready? Over to you, Holly.
Thank you. This application is a listed building application, and it has been referred to the committee because the applicant is an employee in planning services. And the address is 10 Berkeley Place on Camden Road in Walcott. And the proposal is internal works to replace an existing damp-proofing, waterproofing system in the basement. So you might be able to see in the image on the right, the house is on a steep slope, so the basement is partially built into the hill, but at garden level there is a door out into the garden, and water has been coming through from an unknown watercourse in the hill, causing damp and also on several occasions flooding in the basement. And this is the floor plan. The main historic features in the basement are the fireplace and the timber door and architrave. There are no cornices or skirting boards, and the floor is concrete. So the main considerations are rectifying the water ingress to improve the living conditions and also to prevent further damage to the listed building, and consideration must be given to the special interest of the heritage asset. So previous waterproofing systems to the walls only have failed, or they haven't prevented the flooding. And so it is proposed to apply a new waterproofing system to the wall and also to install a new flooring with a drainage channel around the perimeter where the water can be directed down into and then out into towards the garden. Because the new waterproofing system on the wall will require some extra thickness added to the wall, the fireplace surround and the timber door architrave will be removed, protected during the works, and then refixed once the works are finished. So in summary, the application has demonstrated that these works are necessary due to the extent of the water ingress. There will be a low impact to historic fabric as there is limited fabric remaining, and the final appearance of the room will be close to the existing, and overall any impacts to the historic fabric are justified by the prevention of further harm that flooding could cause, and so there will be no harm to the significance of the listed building overall, and the recommendation is for consent.
Thank you, Holly. We have no speakers on this application. Have we got any questions for the officer? Do we want to have someone move to support the application? Anyone to second? Thank you, Councillor Simon. I've got there first. So, yeah, motion is to support the application, the recommendation. Councillor Warren, seconded by Councillor Simon. All those in favour? And that is... Yeah. Yeah, Councillor Jackson, did you put your hand up to support it, or you... yeah. To second as well, yes. Oh, she's on the wrong side. I'm just focusing that way. Right. So we've got no site visits then for next month, and the next committee will be Wednesday, the 9th of April. And actually, can I just check first, Chris? Have we got any progress on the Locksbrook site? Because we did talk about having a pre-site visit on there, didn't we, before it comes to committee?
Yes, it's still sort of hinging on some Natural England comments, but the intention is to have a pre-committee site visit when it's ready for committee, which will either be next month or, failing that, the month after.
Okay,
we'll let you know.
So Chair to sit if that's the case. Okay, so if Locksbrook is going to come to April, then they'll just be mindful that it may be site visit on Monday the 31st of March. But otherwise, it's Wednesday the 9th of April. So I'll now formally close the meeting, and thank you everybody for all your time and patience. And Councillor Warren?
So, sorry, Chair, any idea about the rugby club yet, timings?
No.
Okay.